used as rhetoric, to say, "Oh, you didn't read my whole thing."
I wasn't the one that posted it.
Well, then whoop-de-doo. Whoever posted it doesn't matter anyway.
All right, next.
The crux of the entire argument in that thing that was posted was that there's real factors that go beyond ideal geometry, and they must be taken into account. Duh. Okay, so if you're satisfied with a buzzword being the sufficient answer for why these tests demonstrably show that there's no clump of Earth curve in the way by 2 orders of magnitude, I mean, if that's satisfactory to you, Bob's your uncle. Go for it.
I just had a question about the sextant, if anyone knew much about that.
Yeah, I'm navigating right now. It appears to work over a flat plane. Can you make your question more specific?
Well, I get it, like it's got to be over a flat plane, but don't the globies put their flat triangle, the baseline, on top of a curve? Is that like I'm just trying to see where it goes.
They have to have a tangent point, right, to draw a straight line on top of the ball, right? And the tangent point would be their geometric horizon, which they don't have. So there's that.
Yeah, but isn't the straight
horizon to draw a tangent to it?
But isn't the straight line coming from the sextant to the horizon, like not the Earth itself?
The horizon that's not geometric, right? That would be their tangent point in that scenario. So they don't have a tangent point, therefore they don't have a tangent line. So no sphere.
But how could the horizon not be the Earth itself? Think about it.
I'm just saying, like, the baseline of the triangle is it's coming from the sextants, the instrument, to the horizon, not from the bottom of your feet.
Supposedly, yeah.
No, that's not true. Before you begin, you must baseline. You must create a baseline. So whatever you do with the horizon, you then must account for your eye height and dip angle, which flatlines your baseline. So in other words, you have a step where you essentially create a parallel with the ground.
So if you're like doing it on top of a building, you would account for that, or?
Yes,
you must equalize out the height of the building. So if you're on a 100-foot tall building, you do some negative math and you end up theoretically on the ground.
All right. I've looked a little bit into it, and you get the angle, and then you draw a zenith from the star down to the ground. Something like that. I've looked a little bit into it.
Yeah, the zenith is perpendicular to the horizon line.
Yeah. So the zenith is coming down to meet the
DP.
Angle of elevation, from the horizon.
All right. I'm just trying to think in the globe's mind, like, because
well, you do have to factor out height of eye, because that's the thing that they try to use to reify the globe with. They say that the height of eye, the dip angle, right, is caused by the horizon dropping away from you, the same horizon that should be at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet, but is way further. So it's just height of eye. The dip angle is just caused by how high above sea level you are.
All right, but it's still like I guess like they're in their mind they're drawing an imaginary triangle on top of a curved surface. Is that what they're thinking? I don't know how.
No, they're drawing a triangle that's imaginary on top of an imaginary curved surface.
Yeah.
It's all imaginary, bro.
But I guess in their mind, they think it's curving, so they would be thinking they're drawing a straight triangle on top of a curved surface. So, I don't know. Getting all technical.
And just tell them to
Wouldn't we
show you
already
their
have
geometric
this flat
horizon,
surface?
their tangent point. Then it's back to the black swan.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with all that. I'm just trying to think how they're thinking about it.
If they try to corner you on dip angles, just tell them to put the sextant right at sea level. See what happens to their dip angle. It's just height of eye.
So dip angle's the adjustment for the horizon?
For the height of eye above sea level. So the horizon does dip a little bit below your eye level, right?
Yeah. So let's do an experiment. Let's all do an experiment together. Okay. I want you to stand up. Okay. I want you to look up until you
you lazy
don't see the ground. I want you to look up until you don't see the ground. Then I want you to look down. Right now, the ground is in your field of view. Now I want you to look down at the ground. So your head is tilted. Now your head's at an angle off of horizontal, right? So basically what this proves is that things that are below you are below you. Follow that?
Yeah, and you have to move your eye downwards.
I was standing.
Yeah, the ground's below you. Sea level's below you.
Yeah.
Well, unless your eyeballs are right at sea level.
I guess the other thing I was thinking of, because you have to draw the 3 circles to get your position. It's like what map are they using to draw those 3 circles? Like, because they wouldn't be doing it on it's not like they got a globe on the ship that they're drawing those circles on. Like they would have a flat map or something. Or if you kind of get what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, they draw it on a projection. Okay. Whether it's a flat map or a globular representation, they're all projections.
Yeah.
So in other words, they draw it on a model interpretation. There you go. There's the answer.
All right. Yeah.
So if that model interpretation happens to look like a globe, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Earth is a globe. You can use modelic transforms to, map things in any coordinate system.
So you're saying, you can skew the map any which way you want it, with distance and size.
Yeah, for whatever purposes you need, bro. You can tailor it to whatever purposes you need.
All right. Yeah, I just heard a lot. I've heard a lot on the sextant topic. I just had those few thoughts. Is that kind of like the latest on the flat Earth arguments? I don't know. Has any other new information come around, or new arguments, new debates?
Oh yeah, there's some new information out there. Military did a laser test, 120 kilometers.
Oh yeah,
multi-wavelength. So basically different colors. Not congruent with the globe model.
Cool. Yeah, I was listening
and it was professional. It was professionals at university, and I believe Boeing was involved setting it up.
All right, cool. What'd you say? They shot it over 100 miles or something?
Well, 120 kilometers, whatever that is in miles.
That's a lot.
I don't know off the top of my head.
It's like 70, 80.
80 miles, yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to military people on the radar on the ships and how they used to look at things over 100 miles away. And it's not until they got out of the military and came across flat Earth, and they're like, "Oh my god, yeah, like I was seeing things 100 miles away," and blah blah blah.
Yep, don't make no sense, does it?
Well, these clowns, they will tell us that the radio waves are bouncing back from the ionosphere into your radar, from the target.
That's it. There's a counter argument with every argument. Hey?
Yeah. So to see something 100 miles far away with a radar, that radio wave is going into the sky, into the ionosphere, and is bouncing back to your radar.
Straight back to you.
Yeah. That's how they
Right,
work.
and many times,
Straight there, straight back. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
many times how they prove these propositions is they map it out on what it would look like on a horizontal plane. And they say, oh, well, that can't be true because we already know the Earth's a globe. So then they just bend it into a circle and say, well, that's what happened.
Well, that's it. They need their excuse to keep the ball alive, kind of thing. And I find a lot. I'm like, okay, you could be right, but there's still those two options. It could be flat or it could be round. Like, you got to at least consider both options, which most unfortunately don't.
Yeah, that's why they use refraction, like a little blanket. They sleep with that little blanket,
It's got to be refraction. There's no other way. But it's just being like intellectually dishonest with yourself. I know it's just being dishonest with yourself, and it's just I just can't see how you can do that to yourself. Like it's really weird, unless they're like trolls or something. I don't know. It's just very.
I mean, who knows, dude? But they tried to say that bridges take Earth curve into account. That was obliterated into the incoherent black hole. And he said that, this article which says you need to take refraction into account in order for your measurement to be taken seriously, and then you read where the guys took it into account, and they're just like, well, I just won't bother reading the rest of that since I think I know where it's going. The conclusion at the end will probably say, therefore we conclude the Earth does not conform to the WGS-84 model. It can't possibly be the sphere that they claim. So since I know that's coming, I just won't get there by just not reading the rest of it.
Yeah, to pick
if I didn't read it, it didn't happen.
What was the other day? They were saying to me, you can't measure the curve through an optical device, and then I'm like, and then they show me the geodetic surveys. And then I'm like, well, how do they measure the curve? And it's through an optical device. So it's like, we can't use an optical device, but they can use an optical device. Like, this is weird.
Yeah, refraction never is a problem for them. They don't have to take it into account. Because you see, the reason why they don't have to take it into account is because they know that refraction, right, being a sentient entity, will always steer itself into the observer's eye. Like, they could just walk around and it's like their eyes are absorbing these heat-seeking laser beams of light. It's like, ooh, I just suck in these globe observations. Ooh, there they come. They're hitting me in the eye every time. Exactly the right amount of refraction, no matter what.
On the applications, they get to swipe that refraction bar all the way to the right. Extreme refraction.
Yeah, we found out the other day that extreme refraction goes up to like 40 million mile radius.
Yeah, I was playing around with that thing. Yeah, you just bend it to any which way you want to. So
yeah, exactly. It's almost like feeling down. Life got you bummed. Don't worry, just slide that slider left and right until the globe is the right size.
Relative refraction. That's the new definition.
Because they always come back to me like, oh, well, do you know the temperature of the water and the air, and then I'm like, well, do you know the temperature? Like, to get a refraction accurate reading, you would need like what, the density and air temperature, like every 20 meters or something, like.
Yeah, but you see, you don't have a temperature uniformly distributed into a gas.
That's exactly right. I was just going to say, what you have to do is then go to every single horizon, however close, however far, and demonstrate, uniformity in the conditions necessary to make curved lines look as straight as possible. It's unreal that they think that genuine people who have critical thinking skills would actually believe something like that most of their lives. Strange.
I'm just thinking it like a testing way. Like, if you just set up some circles that you zoom through with a camera, and your target, say 10 miles, and every mile you would have in those circles would read the temperature and air density within that circle. Like, would that kind of be feasible? Or?
Yeah, these pockets of temperature difference create all sort of distortions. For example, like in the Black Swan, when you look at the crane, you can see it's distorted, the image in that specific location.
That's caused by heat venting.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not ambient atmospheric refraction. That's direct causation from the platform, because the platform vents heat.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you got a target 10 miles away and you're looking through, like, and at every mile you put a circle, and you have like some kind of reader that reads the temperature and air density in that circle that you're looking through,
Dude, and who needs to do that? Us or them? Because so far all they do is they just go on Bisland's calculator or any other such Earth curve calculator, and they say this is the refraction curvature of light that's needed if this observation is true. Therefore, this refraction exists. Where's the validated data from the field?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point with this whole test and the circles and trying to get more data. Because if they're like, oh no, it's 30 degrees, and you go, nah, it says here that it was 20 degrees. Like,
Indio has some very good papers on these heat pockets in the air. It's some sort of military research. Those papers are very good.
oh yeah?
Yeah. You can ask him for it or just search them in the server. They must be here.
And what's the gist of the test they did? The long distance observation, or?
Yeah, it's talking about how we see things through air, like military research explains. And those papers also say that whenever we talk about long distance observations, there's no refraction involved in it, it has nothing to do.
Well, then why does the crane bend on the Black Swan photo?
I just told you.
That was refraction.
Yeah, they have air conditioners which are blowing heat,
All right, in the military test.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. Like the refraction does exist, but to the extent of bending over 300 feet of curvature, like it's just it's just getting a bit ridiculous.
Mm. Well, it can't, because refraction happens when you have two mediums, like air and water, or glass and air. And when we talk about observations over the oceans or over the land, we are not looking through two mediums, different mediums. Only when we look at the fish in the water,
Yeah.
When you're next to a lake and there are fish in that pond, that's when you are prone to refraction.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And
the fish is at a different location than what you see.
That's it. And I just love how they always go to the black swan and point out the crane and stuff when there's like hundreds and hundreds of other photos of black swans.
Yeah.
So it's
Pretty much every photo that has a horizon in it, it's a black swan, actually.
Yeah.
All right, so I posted that one paper there.
Nice.
Or that one test anyway. I don't know if it's I guess it is in a paper format, or at least a PDF anyway.
Oh, cool, thanks.
Oh man, and this was the dual the multi-beam, coherent multi-beam atmospheric something or other, jibbity joo, blabbity blabbity. Based on the principle, right? So they want to test the lasers and the ranging, and so they're using the multi-colored beams to be able to determine the path that the beams take, or at least the divergence or the differential placement at the end, because each beam has its own rate of refraction because it's a different wavelength of light. So they'll be able to have some determinations of things when they see whether the beam hit the target or was separated.
And guess why the military prefers infrared technology for long distance observations, infrared imagery?
I know it cuts through the haze or something.
Oh, it's the least refractive.
Yeah.
They say it's the refraction index for infrared light is almost negligible. So
so it's negligible, right? But somehow it brings mountains up from under a mile of hidden height they're supposed to be hidden by.
Yeah.
While simultaneously they argue, against it for closer observations. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, all these targeting systems, they use infrared technology. So.
Well, you need a radius value too.
Radius.
Do radio waves bend, or are they straight, or?
Oh man, radio waves, they also diverge.
Yeah.
They don't go in a straight line, except microwaves. Those are like collimated.
Because I just read about back in the day, some dude did it over 2,000 kilometers or something, and
Yeah, also.
Oh, dude, back in the
Yeah.
day, he did 10,000 miles.
10,000.
Yeah,
Jesus.
And
London to Sydney.
10,000 miles.
Yeah. Early 1900s.
Yeah, I think I saw the picture of not the receiver. What's the to begin with, the transmitter, and it's just like this massive aerial. I think it was like 5 stories high or something, even bigger.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of power to broadcast a signal over that distance.
Yeah. So what was the globe answer? What's the globe answer? They draw it out flat and they say, "Wait a minute, this wouldn't work." And so then they just take the paper, and crumple it up into a ball and say, "Ah, now it works."
Yeah.
Bounced off the ionosphere.
Yeah, they say there is a fire above, and radio waves are bouncing back from the fire, So if you make a fire next to an antenna, you can't receive a signal anymore.
What fire is it bouncing back from? From the sun?
I don't know. They say it's a fire in the sky. Yeah. Ionosphere. Yeah.
Ionosphere.
An invisible fire.
What's the other day? I looked at how they get the distance to the moon with the laser, and they shoot like millions. I don't know if it's not photons. But
oh yeah, and you have the probability that one photo is coming back. Yeah. It's probability.
They get one back, and they're like, "Yes, the distance."
Yeah.
Dude, we analyzed one of those articles about that, and it basically is that send a bunch of somehow, categorized photons, right? And then they have a receiver that's just searching for any photon that matches.
Yeah.
Right. So in the whole spectrum of things going on, they're gonna get some kind of hit. And all they have to do is just only accept them if they come back within a certain time window, a predetermined expectation of the time window. And so the alarm goes off on the machine and they just say, "Oh, look, we did it."
Oh my God, so crazy.
So it's kind of like similar with the one that was searching for the gravity waves. It's like all of a sudden, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it was this one where they were going to be have their funding cut because they hadn't really discovered anything. And then all of a sudden, wow, we discovered something.
Yeah, because the little bleep on the screen in USA matched the one in England or something, or they got the same reading. That was just all fun. It was kind of weird because I heard they upgraded the software, and then all of a sudden they got matching little.
Oh yeah. They upgraded the software. It's kind of like when I tried to upgrade the software at my bank to have more money in my account.
Well, it's convenient to get funding.
Definitely, and if you're working on that for 5-10 years, and then all of a sudden your lifestyle and your paychecks threatened, then you're going to come up with something.
Yeah.
But other thing I was thinking was, how we zoom in onto stars with our P900s and all that, and then we have these other telescopes that are massive, like 3 stories high. These observatories. It's like, what the hell are they seeing? If we can, look at stars with our P900s. And so what I did, I went to I Googled like observatories. Is that the right word? The observatory. And I was trying to look at photos of what they were seeing, and all their images were like blurry and just not. It's just all weird. I couldn't get a clean cut photo of the stars. And so I know that's
crisp,
another
like
weird.
NASA. Only NASA has those crisp images of planets and stars.
Yeah, so I'd love that. Like, we zoom in on a star and it's like doing the cymatic frequency thing, and so I'd love to see the massive telescope zoom in on the same
what you
thing.
need is you need the software update.
Yeah.
Then you get the crisp images.
Actually, they have implemented this technology in smartphones. For example, there are these apps like Skyview, or and when you point your phone camera to a star, the phone has a database with these CGI images, and is pulling up that image of that star or planet, and it shows it to you. Because obviously the phone camera does not have the necessary zoom to actually see that planet as is.
Well, it shows you a NASA image.
Yeah. Those CGI images of planets.
Wait, they're gonna start bringing that in as proof.
Yeah, and it shows you also the orbit line, and the names, etc. So
yeah, when I first saw because I was looking at the cymatics a bit, and then when I saw that for the first time, I was just like, oh my god, like it blew me away.
yeah, we can make you see what we want. That's it. We can make any trick like something real inside your phone, the crystal ball.
But just when I was looking at all this, cymatics, and people in water and all that, I know, and then they showed the stars, like I know, like everything just clicked and made sense.
Yeah, and this thing is coming from these observatories, because when you go to an observatory and you pay to have a look in the sky, you point that telescope to a star or a planet, whatever, and once you are pointed there, you will see for a split second, the real stuff, like what you see through the telescope, but then they can project a CGI image in that telescope, and that's what you will see, a CGI image inside the telescope, and it looks like you're zooming in crazy, like crazy into that planet. Yeah.
What I saw one dude was he has to like go request a certain observation, and then it takes like 2 weeks or something to get, like, it's all this, so many hoops to jump through to. Yeah, it's just very interesting.
For example, they take pictures of the sky, with the telescope, and then you look at a certain date and time. You look through that telescope, and you can also project in that telescope the image from yesterday, and you will see tiny differences, like how much stars have moved and stuff. But you're not seeing the past, you only see a picture that you took 2 days ago, and you just overimpose them. Yeah. So,
That's because when they talk about we can measure the distance with parallax, but they never show the images or calculations. It's just we can do it.
True. It's imaginary.
Because that's my first question. It's like, okay, well, what are you looking at to, what are you looking at to get this parallax distance? Like, just I had a good look around and just could not find anything.
Yeah, parallax is something very well defined. Go ahead.
When they do the parallax, is they measure it at a certain time of year, and then they wait till 6 months later when supposedly the Earth has displaced itself, and then they take another measurement and they add that displacement as part of the angle differential.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this question. Isn't that a presuppositional framework?
That's it. Yes, it's believing you're on a sphere and all that stuff in the first place.
Yeah.
Where like the other option is the stars could just be moving, could have a little bit of a wobble to it or something.
Exactly.
Well, also, doesn't the first measurement come from? They assumed that Venus was the same size as the Earth, and that's how they got the distance and the size to the Sun. So everything is based off Venus being the same size as Earth. So everything after that is bullshit.
Pretty much. And then just go off into the maths equations till infinity.
Yeah, I just find that really strange. Oh yeah, I think that light up in the sky there's the same size as the Earth. Let's base all our mathematics on that. Yes, do it, yes.
I guess one thing that still gets me is the southern star rotation and how, because of it's like a dome above us and, could it be perspective but then wouldn't the southern stars just be skimming this, if you're looking south, the stars would be skimming the horizon, not doing like a circular pattern.
Yeah, but your vision works in a dome anyway. So whether you think there's a dome or not, then your vision's still going to work in a kind of a circular pattern. So if you're facing south, you're going to see them rise up, get to a peak, and then as they head west, you're going to see them go down. So it's going to look like it's going in a circle. Most of those star rotation photographs are taken with a wide-angle lens as well. So they're always going to show a different kind of rotation. It's weird. It is weird, but that's what I think happens anyway.
Right.
Yeah,
you also got some assumptions. You got some assumptions built in there, which is like that the dome, that if the stars were on a dome, that the dome would be reaching the ground with the stars in a relatively close location to where it would be visible from the southern hemisphere boundary. Okay, you don't need to make that. You could just say that it's greater than that, and so the projection has more field of view to work with. However, you're also making the error that it's a ubiquitous star field, meaning contiguous, and that it's not two separate things. How do you know there's one? Could be two, could be multiple, could be triplicate. In fact, there's a guy goes by Flat Earth Philosophy. Go watch his videos right now. Flat Earth Philosophy. He solved the problem. So, in his view, by creating a inner donut and an outer donut in a toroidal fashion, where the northern stars are on the inner donut, the southern stars are on the outer donut, and there's a meeting place where they meet that goes all the way down. And so he basically used sort of like a reflective technique to say, okay, so this point reflects to that point, right? By having two parts working together rather than one whole star field where all the stars are doing the same thing, and you try to say, how does that work with all these differential observations? So he just solved the problem limited by a star field. I could have.
Yeah, it makes more sense because I believe in the torus and all that. So if it's something to do with the torus, then
there you go. Go watch his video about that. It might be hard to find a specific one because I'm not sure how he titles them, but inner toroid, outer toroid, and that's where he maps the stars to. So it wouldn't be hard to find.
What's his name again?
Flat Earth Philosophy. I think he's. He might be Australian or British. He's got an accent. Maybe Australian.
Cool. I'll look it up.
He's an older man, white hair, Australian, Flat Earth Philosophy. Can't miss him.
We don't have an accent. You guys have got an accent.
Because I've heard that one where the southern stars are mirroring the northern stars, and a few other explanations. I think it'd be good, have an explanation and then try and model it up in a 3D software, and try and get a better understanding.
Well, Dr. Zach did some modeling 6 years ago. He modeled the ubiquitous star field above a flat plane. And of course, it gave you weird observations that didn't match reality. And then he added what was essentially, a perspective effect. And then it kind of made the stars look similar to what we see.
All right. Because I think that it's a powerful tool, 3D software, to try and model stuff up and get a better understanding. So it's just so interesting. Just trying to figure it out, because that's what we're all trying to do, is just trying to figure out what's going on, what we're in, and what's going on.
Also, with the stars, you got to be prepared to concede that you may never work it out. We don't know what they're doing, how they're acting, what's up there. We don't know any of it, and why it seems to look like that in the south and in the north. So if you don't know, you don't know, and that's okay. I definitely don't know.
That's it. Yeah, even if you do 3D model it all up and it looks all the same, the question is, well, is that really what's going on? And I think we'll never know. But at least we can try. So we can just try to understand.
Yeah, I'm going to look into this flat Earth philosophy. I'm going to have a look at this toroid because, if the Earth's magnetic, so electromagnetic, so, and then everything produces a toroid. So I think that if we look more into that, could give some type of explanation.
was I looking the other day? The electrical field in the air, atmospheric electrical field or something. Have you seen that?
Electrostatic voltage potential. These are the most advanced radar systems capable to detect any stealth technology flying in the sky.
This
The
one
Russian
was
radars. Yeah.
This one was harnessing because the higher you go up, the more voltage it is, and
Yeah.
and this city was harnessing that. So they had these like massive poles with a point on the top, and they'd go up into the air, and harness the energy out of the air. It's like this city, and everywhere, all the street lights have like these poles on top of them, and all these buildings have these poles on top of them. It's kind of interesting.
And all elements of nature, they have a electrostatic property. And there are no neutral, to electrostatics force.
No neutral, just positive and negative.
Yeah, like elements which have no electrostatic charge. They don't exist, All elements of nature, they have a electrostatic property to them. That's the funny thing. Gases, liquids, solids, you name it.
True.
What city was that? Is that a modern day one, or is it like ancient photos of one?
Yeah, modern day.
Yeah. Where was that?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the name. I forget, but it's like it was all made out of marble. It was all like white. The whole.
Is it like an Indian country, or an Indian city, or is it? Can you remember the country?
Give me 1 minute. It's in my Facebook thingies. Give me 1 minute.
Stress.
Yeah, it's a really good video, and the chick goes on about the higher you get, the more voltage, and then really good video.
Because that's essentially how the Tesla tower worked, wasn't it?
Not too sure, because these ones have a point. So what they do is it's like a massive pole going into the atmosphere, and it's got a point on it, like a sharp point, and you got to have that sharp point to condense the electricity into it or something. Like the sharper the point is, the more condensed the electricity. I'm probably explaining this real bad, but
no, that's all right. And what's the top made out of? Copper?
Not too sure on that. I think something that would, be good with transmitting electricity.
Because it's the same idea as how the old cathedrals are built. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Yeah, look at all the old school buildings, and especially the Catholic.
Are you in Melbourne?
Like south of Canberra.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, all the old school buildings, the church buildings, I started looking at them, and they all got points on them.
Yeah, they've also got some weird stuff on the side that look like have you seen like modern capacitors? It's really strange. Got these like knobs on the side of on the spires. Have you noticed that? Anyone?
Nah. What? On capacitor, like
what
on
about dog rights?
What?
You guys heard that song before?
No.
What about dog rights? Never heard that?
No.
Because animals have rights too, you know.
And men can get pregnant too.
No.
What?
You haven't heard that one?
No, I haven't.
No.
Haven't you seen Arnold Schwarzenegger? What? You don't know that guy?
Do you say the
Oh,
N-word?
yeah. He got pregnant. What?
Yeah.
Who said?
Oh, Arnold. Oh, I thought you just blurted out the N-word.
No.
I thought you were being racist or something like that.
No, there was none of that going on.
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you, man.
So many women loved that movie.
What was it called? And it's him on the cover, and he's pregnant. Yeah.
Listen, when I saw that movie, it was a really bad day. It was a really bad day for me. Because, like, listen, I grew up thinking Arnold was just the man. Wanted to be just like him. And then that happened. I haven't recovered.
That's a deep trauma. A scar.
Well, so you didn't want to follow him and go out and get pregnant?
No, I didn't.
Hey, Glatt, you can idolize the baby.
Well, did we get to see the baby in the film? Was the baby like? Did we get to see the child of Arnold Schwarzenegger himself, or and who's the daddy?
I think it looked like Danny DeVito.
Did it really? Yeah, that would make sense. Oh, so was it twins with Danny DeVito?
Yeah, I think they were in a few movies together, but yeah. Twins.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to think of the name of that one where he's pregnant.
I can't think of it either. And if it's Mandela affected, well, that'd be funny, wouldn't it? Like that movie never existed. We're here talking about it. Uh-oh. Somebody call CERN.
It was funny that CERN came on the news the other day, and my missus turned around and she goes, "What the fuck are they doing there? Banging particles together? Why are they doing that?" I said, "I don't know. I got no idea, but they're spending a lot of money."
Oh shit, that's funny as fuck. Yeah, people are like, I'm like, what are they doing? They're like, oh, they're trying to the Higgs boson and the God particle and I'm saying, yeah, but like, what are they doing? For real? Like, you're not trying. Listen, you got one of the most expensive things happening underground that at least the public knows about, and y'all ain't figured out what you doing yet. You feel me?
And they're trying to find a mysterious particle that they think might exist. What a crock of shit!
Right? Oh, it's just the best. It's the best comedy.
Oh, maybe this thing exists. Let's search for it.
I mean, props to him for coming up with a story that everybody would just brush off and say, "Yeah, that seems legit." Go ahead, guys. Go ahead, Switzerland. Let's see what's up. Fuck it.
More money laundering.
Exactly. Exactly right.
Why did they give a Nobel Prize to that guy anyway? To Higgs boson?
Because that person came up with an award-winning distraction for scientism freaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was an award for literature, wasn't it? Science fiction.
Oh man, yeah, it's like your book opened the minds of billions to what?
Whoa.
We never know, but their minds were open to it.
Yeah, their minds are fucking gaping. Holy.
Wouldn't that
Oh
be good
shit.
though? Just come up with a
Yo,
story
hey,
and then
hey,
get
can I
millions and millions of dollars for it. Sorry, go ahead.
my bad.
Billions. They spend
Can
billions for certain.
I hear your
Go ahead.
guys' argument on flat Earth? Like why the Earth is flat, please?
Oh, what questions have you got, man? Why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Well,
Sorry, 1 sec, Timbo.
well,
That's it.
really,
Yeah.
what I think, like,
Sorry.
I'm thinking that fucking there's so many things that they have to fucking that they have to contribute the Earth's fucking roundness to, like
Fucking.
there's like when you shoot a bullet. My bad. When you shoot a bullet, you have to take into account the fucking curvature of the Earth.
No,
Do
you
you?
don't. You
Yes,
just
you
line it
do.
up with the target and you hit it.
Can you put a citation on for that one?
Put a fucking citation
Sorry.
and fucking.
Yeah, you just aim at the target and shoot. You're not like doing calculations for Earth curve drop.
Have you ever shot with
No,
a bow?
you have to calculate drop, and you have to calculate the
Yeah,
curvature of the Earth.
drop,
You have to
not the
calculate.
curvature, dude.
You have to calculate. You have to calculate the wind. You have to calculate the curvature of
Yeah,
the
but
Earth.
wind,
Yes,
the
you do.
curvature. Why?
Yes, you do. You have to.
Why would you
Yes,
ever?
you do.
Why,
If you're shooting at a very long distance, you have to calculate the fucking curvature of the Earth.
is the curvature
No,
a variable?
no,
Does it
no.
change or something
Listen,
like that? You just aim at the target.
yeah.
I've
Have
been
you
shooting my
studied
whole
That is
life,
not
and
how that works.
never have I
Well,
ever
that's
had
how
to
that works.
fucking calculate
Dude,
That is
the
not how that
curvature of
works.
the Earth, dude.
Dude, that's how that works. There's no curvature to account for. We've measured it.
yeah,
All right, 1 second.
ballistics is a military science. It is very precise and well known. And ballistics, when you learn it in the military, you don't take into account any Coriolis or curvature drop.
1 second. I'm gonna go on Google because I know that this is true. To be honest.
No,
there's
listen,
curvature,
Google
buddy.
is not military science. Ballistics is a military science. So if you want to learn ballistics, the best place to go is a military academy. Okay?
1
Not
second.
Google.
While you're Googling there as well, let's go. Do you ever experience the Earth moving, or
Of course you can.
how do you do that?
Well, of course you can't feel the Earth fucking moving. What?
So how do you know it's moving?
Why would you
How
think
do you feel it moving?
So if you can't feel it moving, then why would you?
It's
Why would
it's
you
the same.
say that you need to account for Coriolis when you're shooting a bullet?
1 second. Hold on. Let me look this. Let me look
But you
this
don't
thing up
you
before
don't
I forget.
experience it spinning around. That's a bit strange, isn't it?
And you would get used to it. Like if you were
I'll
from a
get
different
used.
planet, if you
Have
were
you
from
ever
a different planet
have
and
you ever
you
sit in a
came to Earth.
merry-go-round? Have you ever been on a merry-go-round?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not
Listen, I haven't finished. Listen. Next question. While you were on the merry-go-round spinning, have you ever got used to the spin, so you no longer feel it. That
Yes,
it
but
pushes you outward.
that's only minutes of being on a merry-go-round, bro. What? That's only
Well, you can
minutes.
make the
If
merry-go-round
you sit
spin
there,
for days. You can make it spin for days. Yeah, you put a motor, yeah, and you can spin it for days.
1 second.
Well, what's the point in talking about a spinning ball anyway, 4th Gen? You don't have any curvature to show us. You know, balls have curvature, right? So you're going to need that curve measurement before you can move on to any of the other stuff.
Hold on, bro.
Or
You keep fucking distracting me.
when you were driving, do you have a driving license?
Because the whole
Do you
point
have
here
a
is
driving
curvature. You're trying to
license?
go off into some red herring.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. No curve.
Do you
No
have a
ball.
driving license? So when you drive your car, you taken so many turns with the car that you got used and you don't feel that you're taking a turn afterwards, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, he's just Googling stuff right now that he came in here to argue. Should have Googled it first, but he's doing it now.
Oh no, I wanted to hear your guys' argument because I was talking to Leo earlier and he was like, "Oh, you just got to come in here and listen to them. They have some really good points and shit like that."
It's real simple.
All right, well, you have to ask the right question.
It's real
Let's go
simple.
ahead.
You
Go
measure
ahead.
the
Yeah,
Earth for curve, and it doesn't have any. We can show
yeah.
you how that can be done.
Do you want to understand how often it's been that the globe math doesn't match
Okay, yeah.
reality
So
in our experience?
yeah, you do
Yeah.
have to take into account the Earth's rotation when you're shooting a bullet too.
There's no rotation.
Why would you have to do that? My question is, why would you have to do that? Do you know why you would have to do that?
Explain it.
No. I'm saying it's part of your model. I'm trying to ask you why would you have to take into account rotation of something under something?
What do you mean?
So you have two reference frames. Listen, you have two reference frames: the bullet itself and the ground beneath it. Right? Check this out. Snipers can shoot over miles and miles. Here's another one. Not just the snipers. This is impressive. Railguns, military railguns shoot an average of 100 miles. Okay, that's A to B, right? So if you look that up with using the globe math, you plug in how much curvature drop, like how much drop there should be. Buildings
And the rotation
were
of the Earth.
like,
And the
no.
rotation
I'm
of the
sorry.
Earth.
The rotation. No,
There should be almost 7,000 feet of drop at that distance.
that's the thing. So a bullet. What I'm trying to tell you is that a bullet travels in a straight line, as does a railgun item.
A bullet does not
And
travel in a
everything is
straight line.
so. What it means is you have line of sight. Listen, you have line of sight. You have line of sight. Yes. Well, no, a bullet eventually drops on its own because of the declination in speed.
Yeah, because
Laser
it
nothing to
loses
do with
speed.
railguns. Yes.
Hold on, I'm lagging. 1 second.
Correct. I'm not talking about that. A to B, line of sight. Those are the words. Man, just let me finish.
Go ahead.
Line of sight are the three. Oh shit! Tell him to just look up line of sight. Tell him to look up line of sight. My connection.
No, you're good now.
Seems like he was having a lag there. He was answering the things that you said like a little bit before he answered.
Yeah.
Well, 4th Gen, anyway, there's a bunch of different ways that you can disprove curvature. Like one of the ways is the horizon. Horizon has to be at a certain distance.
Unmute him. He doesn't have rolls.
What's that?
Unmute him. He doesn't have rolls.
Oh, he dropped.
No problem. You can let him. We can address his questions, but let's take him through the 3 points questions. Bring him back.
All right, yeah, I'm here.
Right.
Good. What's your name, please? First,
Manny.
Manny. Look, the problem is very simple. But first, we need to establish that what you have in your head is either knowledge or belief. Belief is something that you have no proof, evidence for that information, so it's not validated, but you choose to believe it because that's your wish, you know?
Yeah.
And okay, but the knowledge is information that is valid and it is verified or it's observed.
Okay, so
It's factual. Yeah.
okay.
Now, now,
So do you,
the first
so
question. The first question is: do you know which man, who, and what time in history proved and how that the Earth is a ball,
no,
curved? You don't know. Okay,
no,
no problem. Next question: do you know which man discovered that the Earth is rotating, and by which method?
no.
No. Good. Now, the third question: can you have gas pressure without a container so that you can show us a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics and to prove that actually the vacuum of space can exist adjacent to the air that we breathe?
I'm not sure what you
Gas,
mean.
yeah, gas pressure without a container. Like I assume you have a car, yeah, and you have those wheels with tires, yeah, and the tires are a closed container. You pump air inside, it makes gas pressure inside, yeah,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
that rubber is holding that gas pressure inside, so you can drive your car. Can you have that gas pressure around your wheel without the tires?
No.
No. Well, you haven't presented any valid information to prove that we live on a spinning ball, you know, with breathable air around it,
Well,
uncontained.
if you think about it, it makes sense
So,
for it to be a sphere. If it makes sense for it to be a sphere if it was made from the Big Bang, right?
No, that's working backwards.
Can I jump in here for a second,
If
guys?
it was made,
No,
okay. So
hold
if
on, Forrest,
everything,
just
if
chill for a second.
existence was made,
Forrest,
all right,
hold on,
It was
buddy.
a creation story.
Just chill for a second. Listen, yeah. Well, I was just going to extend what Jet was saying just a little bit further to ask you some simple questions. So, in order to have pressure, what needs to happen is my question to you.
it needs to have something around it. It needs to have
No, I mean just pressure. I just mean pressure, period. So we're talking about gas pressure, but I'm just talking about pressure, period. In order to have pressure, one thing needs to press up against another thing. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. So we're in agreement on that. So the thing is water goes forwards, backwards, side to side, downwards. So hold water. The thing about gas is gas is omnidirectional. So in order to have gas pressure, it has to press off of something. And you can't have gas pressure or any kind of pressure by it pressing off of nothing. So what do they tell you is above your head? Do they tell you that there's something above your head, or do they tell you that there's nothing above your head?
They tell you it's a vacuum.
What? I'm sorry. I'm not getting where you're getting at. Like
what I'm saying is in order to have the gas pressure that you breathe, the gas that you breathe has to be pressing up against something, and it has to be pressing up against something in all directions, not just the ground and not just the walls of your house inside and out.
Yeah.
It's not just the ground. It has to be pressing up against something above your head and in front of you and behind you and to your left and your right. Potentially really far away from you, most likely thousands of miles. We don't know how far, but it has to be pressing up against a physical barrier. Because if it wasn't pressing up against a physical barrier,
not
you wouldn't
a
have
physical.
gas pressure to begin with.
It doesn't have to be a complete physical barrier.
Well, then that's what you got to show us.
It can be any. It can be any. It can be any.
It can't be a vacuum.
Well, I mean,
let me ask you.
it can be a barrier.
Let me ask you this. Can you press off of nothing? Let me ask you this simple question. Can you press off of nothing? A vacuum is nothing. It's a void of it's a void of everything. So can you press off of nothing is my question to you.
I can't.
No,
you can't.
No, you can't.
And we have to take it like, let's see what science says. The definition of gas pressure is the number of molecules collisions with the walls of the container. So in order to have gas pressure, you always need to have a closed container. It's a closed system. Only in a closed system you can have pressure, gas pressure. And what was the next one?
The only time it's claimed otherwise is with outer space, and that's the thing that's in question.
Yeah. So
that would be the atmosphere, wouldn't it be? That would be the atmosphere that is enclosing it.
Well, no, gases cannot contain gas.
Yes, it can.
No, show me.
Yes,
how.
you can put a gas that you can put a let's say so.
Just
let's
real
not
quick,
go off of gas. Let's
real
talk
quick.
about
This is like saying that you could use gas to contain the air in your car tire.
Yes, because there's other if you're thinking about it in a massive scale, there is gases that repel other gases. You know that, right?
Okay, such as and demonstrate.
I don't have it on fucking hand.
No,
Man.
don't worry about it. Nobody
I'm
can
not into this
demonstrate
shit
that.
like crazy.
Nobody can demonstrate that. Nobody's ever demonstrated that. It's just a story that they say about things on massive scales where nothing can be demonstrated.
So yeah, which gases repel oxygen?
How would they demonstrate it? How would they demonstrate
Why would they claim
They would
it?
make a giant. Because they're not going to put all that. They're not going to put so much effort into demonstrating things to stupid people.
Well, why would they claim it?
It would be a lot of. It would be
How
a
are
lot
they
of.
going to?
It would be. It would
Where
be a
does the
lot of
claim come
effort.
from if it's
It
never
would be a
been
lot of effort
demonstrated?
to make a giant. To make.
Hold on. Where does the
sorry,
claim come from if it's never been demonstrated?
I can't say nothing. You guys interrupt me every time I try to say something. I
Yeah,
let
but
you guys
they're
talk,
not
and then you
going
guys
to waste
interrupt.
time and resources trying to demonstrate something, right? Trying to back their claim.
All right, yeah, you guys are
where does
fucking
the claim
morons.
come from then?
Wait, Manny, that's not nice what you're saying. And listen, you
He's
came
gone.
here asking us. He's gone.
He couldn't handle it. He's gone.
Yeah. Typical clown behavior. I mean, he's coming here asking us, about flat Earth. Yeah. I get with him to show him that the stuff he has in his head is actually blind belief, fanaticism. And yeah, I wasn't expecting any other kind of behavior from this kind of people. But
you guys are morons.
Wait,
yeah. We are the morons. Yeah.
What did he say? Should I be concerned right now?
No,
Well,
no,
he just
no.
said that, people aren't going to waste their time proving things, basically. So I guess he gets to just make all sorts of claims and get a free pass because, it's not worth demonstrating anything.
Yeah. So we showed him that he doesn't have the knowledge. Yeah. He has only blind beliefs. And now, when we are trying to tell him to deliver science to him, yeah, he's actually behaving like we are giving him heresy, Yeah. Yeah, these kind of people, they are not weak. They are actually afraid because once they realize that this world is made of facts and truths, and there is a intelligent creator, then yeah, that's a problem there, a big one, because you will be judged by the law, using the law, and it's not convenient because you live your life doing whatever you want, yeah, and now you find out that hey, it's not like this. It's actually you're gonna pay for everything you said and did, and it's terrifying, of course.
Yeah,
The same.
hopefully it just creates a reaction for him to go and have a look into it deeper, because I do
Yeah.
understand the reaction. Like, that's
Mhm.
the same reaction I had.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that shit is fucking annoying. That shit is annoying. Niggas not letting me speak. Like, come on.
Yeah,
Nigga
we
is not
let you
letting you speak.
speak, Manny, but you have to also listen to us because you came asking
Yeah,
us,
I've
and we are
been, yeah,
trying to
I've been
listen.
listening.
We are trying
See,
to deliver you the facts, the truth, science.
okay,
Science
but
is something verified. It's irrefutable.
the way that you do that is you hear what I have to say and then you disprove that, right? But you guys aren't hearing what I have to say. You guys are interrupting me halfway and being like,
Okay,
"Oh, I'm
well,
gonna do this. I'm gonna
you
go through
said that
this."
gas repels
You're out,
gas and
you're
that gas
outsmarting.
contains
You're
gas, and we asked
outsmarting.
for the demonstration. You said,
Yeah.
well, we don't have a demonstration. We don't need one, basically. So what did you prove?
Well, okay. The point I was trying to get at before I left is that I'm not smart with that. I don't have
Yeah,
degrees. I
we
never
know.
went to
We know.
college or nothing
Yeah,
like
we know.
that.
We know. We
You
know.
know?
You're not an expert. We get
Yeah,
that,
yeah. I'm
Manny,
not. I'm
and
not a.
we
Yeah, for sure.
also, vast majority of us were just like you. And let me tell you, I wasn't a flat earther. I wasn't born a flat earther.
No.
I became a flat earther.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, so back in the days, I believed the same shit you do, Big Bang and all this stuff. And I was very good at it. I was very good at those stories.
Mhm.
I know everything you will try to invoke, but you cannot tell me that nothing explodes, yeah, and
Mhm.
therefore intelligence.
So you guys believe in God, right?
It's not really what
Um,
it's about, though.
well,
Ultimately, what
you
it comes
see,
down to is the
So
ground just measuring
so
out flat, right?
okay.
And
Wait,
you're
wait. So
trying to drag
you
it
guys.
into a religious thing and trying to
Wait.
basically
Wait.
associate what we're
So
talking about here with religion, right? And the point is just check the ground, measure it to see if this curvature drop is there, and it's not, right?
yeah.
If you have to go on a
there's.
religious or spiritual journey about it when you find this out, that's like
Mhm.
your business.
No.
But
But but that I was asking about God you because I wanna hear how do you guys think that the Earth even became a thing?
well, what is the
Uh,
Earth?
none
We
of
haven't
us
figured that out
been
yet, have we?
How do you think that the thing that we're living on right now became something?
Well,
not by the Big Bang.
Before we try to answer that, though, why wouldn't we be figuring out first what it even is? Before we ask how did it get here, what is it, right?
Oh, but that's like a big factor into what would make the Earth a circle or a sphere or a flat, like a flat disc.
Well,
Would that is a big point.
I tell you why it's not a big point.
Like that.
It's not a big point because Manny, it's not a big point because first, what we can do right now is find out what it is because it's already here. We have the ground beneath our feet. We have the air that we breathe. We have the oceans where we can take a vacancy and have fun drinking a cocktail. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the stuff that we can do. Verify. Now, the problem is that when you ask question like how these things came to be, yeah.
What is it that came to be?
But that is
imposing. Listen, when you ask the question how these things came to be, you are pushing untold your story of your creation, and you do not know the creation story. You only know the Big Bang.
Okay.
So you start from that assumption that this is how this world came to be. But
you can't just
it is not measurable curved. Yeah, it is not a sphere. So in this case, your story of the beginning falls down.
Well, it's a creation story about a thing that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is the reason why the creation story is a huge factor is because okay, if the Big Bang happened, then it makes sense for the Earth to be a sphere, right? And if gravity is real, then it would have to be a sphere, right?
That's all part of your sphere story. You first have to check and make sure it's a sphere before you can have any of that.
So how do you think? What do you think made it a disc? What do you think is the reason why it's a disc?
I'm not saying that there's any disc either.
None of us is saying that.
The surface of this place, whatever it is, it's flat, which therefore rules out the possibility that it could be a ball.
I feel like it's we're going back in time. Like
How far though? How far back in time do you think we're going?
Like we're going really far back in time. Like thinking that
there's people still alive right now today that got taught the Earth was flat when they were young, when they were 5, 6, 7 years old. They're still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the globe is the archaic thing. I mean, they claim that they figured out that Earth was a globe using sticks and shadows, in 230 BC or something like that, almost 2,300 years ago, using sticks and shadows. I think that would be the archaic belief system here. So anyway, you can just check the ground to see if it actually curves the way that it would need to.
Sorry, I wish you could see my face, but
I've been saying this over and over again. Like, it doesn't really matter what people think or how long they've been saying this or that. All that matters is, what is the Earth? How does it measure? Does it add up with the globe?
How would you measure something so large?
Well, if that's the question, then how did they ever measure it in the first place? If you can't measure it...
What do you mean, how would we measure it? Your people already measured it.
No, but listen. How would you?
What do you mean? No, they did. They did measure it. They told us.
Wait. What do you mean?
You tell us it's possible to measure it because it's so big, then how did they measure it?
We didn't come up with the numbers, bro. It was your people that came up with the numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the method to measure it for
Well,
you?
look,
Like,
one, they don't say it's that big, really. They say that at 1 foot off the ground, given the size of the globe that they say it is, should be a horizon at 1.2 miles. But at 1 foot off the ground, we've got pictures of horizons at 10 miles, 30 miles, way further than the globe would allow it to be. So that's a simple way that you can debunk it right there, just with a horizon. You should be able to actually see the curve. Like, I mean, they say that at 6 foot height, 3 mile horizon, it's seen way further than that all the time.
so you guys think that Leo was telling me you guys. So you think that water can't? What do you guys mean by water can't bend? Is that what you guys told him? Like something about water can't bend?
It doesn't curve
The
like a
surface
sphere
of
does.
water when it's still is flat. Yeah.
Yeah, water rests flat, right?
Yeah.
And if it is a ball, then it has to be bending and curving
So
around that ball, right? That's what you check for.
Argument is you guys didn't see it. You guys didn't. You guys are seeing what you see as a singular person, right? And it is flat to you guys. It looks flat. It everything is flat to you, right?
No, it's flat. It's flat when you compare it to the globe geometry. The globe.
What does it look
geometry.
like to you? What the? You think it's curving?
Where on earth can we see the curve?
Where? Yeah, let me know where you're hanging out and seeing the curve. I'm gonna come see.
Yeah, you can go pretty high up and see a curve.
No.
Manny, do you live by the ocean or the sea? Have you ever been to the sea or the ocean?
Yes.
Yeah. So when you looked at the horizon over the ocean, yeah, from left to right, have you seen any curvature? Or you saw the horizon being a straight line?
You wouldn't be able to see the curvature as a single person on
how
the
would you ever know
on the surface.
unless you saw it on TV? Why on earth would you ever think that Earth was a ball spinning around in the void?
Because there's things that I've done that you have to take into account. Rotation.
Name one. How did they see rotation?
Shooting.
Okay, yeah. Manny.
Go back to the Earth, mate.
Listen.
How fast are you spinning?
Manny, do you know the company Airbus? Have you heard of it?
No.
No. Oh, you haven't heard of Airbus airplanes?
Is that the biggest plane in the world? Isn't that the biggest plane?
Yeah. They build the biggest plane in the world. Yeah.
Okay.
The biggest commercial airplanes. Yeah. Now, this company indirectly proves flat Earth. Did you know that?
In what way?
In what way? I will tell you. You see, they have this huge building, and it's 200 meters long. Yeah, they have a CNC machine inside, which is moving on a rail track. Yeah, bearing ball rail track, and in a 100-meter distance, according to the radius of the Earth, you will have a 7.9 millimeters arc curvature on that distance. Now, they build the floor of this building very flat, and then they install these rails very straight with nanometer precision. And when this machine is moving from end to end on that rail track, if this assembly was on the surface of a sphere, that printing head would be tilting in regards to the down vector.
What?
It will be tilting in regards to the down vector when it's moving in a straight line.
Nanometer.
Yeah. So we are talking about 8 millimeters in 100 meters. Now, this printer is printing large carbon fiber structures for the airplanes. And these carbon fiber structures, they are the airplane's structural resistance components.
All right.
Yeah.
So is the point you're trying to get at is how
So
would
the
it be
point
able to
is
take off
that
if
at
the
the
Earth was curving?
listen, at the both ends of this printer, they are hanging two plumb bobs. Yeah, a
Plumb bob.
weight hanging on a wire. Yeah, from the
Okay.
ceiling. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and with one of the most advanced linear encoders. This linear encoder is a measuring instrument, ultra precision measuring instrument. It has a margin of error of 65 nanometers in 200 meters distance. So when you move from A to B back and forth, yeah, you come back in the same position with the accuracy of 65 nanometers when you are moving at the top speed of this machine can travel. So if it's in a slow motion, yeah, it will actually position itself with 1 nanometer precision in the same spot. Do you know how much a nanometer is?
No.
No. Okay, a nanometer is 1 millionth part of a millimeter. You take 1 millimeter and split it into 1 million equal pieces.
Yeah.
That's
So
how small it is.
I would argue that it doesn't exist. In reality, I would argue that that doesn't exist.
It does exist. Yeah, we do have linear encoders capable of measuring nanometers, and we actually have even piezoelectric.
Fourth gen,
Listen,
what do you say? Does this help you understand that the Earth isn't curving?
Yeah. In no way. No way.
Yeah, it does. It does actually. If he can prove that what did he say? 0.3 of a millimeter exists. Yeah, if he has equipment that can measure 0.3 of a millimeter, then he can prove
we
whether or
have
not
laser.
the Earth.
Listen,
Yeah.
we have in CNC machining, we have linear encoders capable of measuring nanometer size. Yeah, for precision positioning in CNC machining.
But the Earth spins 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
I'm not talking about the spin of the Earth. I was talking about precision measurements.
Yeah, but the Earth spins every second.
Themselves.
The Earth spins every second of every day.
Listen,
so your laser has to measure it.
This is a linear encoder. Do you know what a linear encoder is?
Not really, but I know
Not really.
Earth.
Well,
wait. The Earth moves every second of every day. It moves.
Yeah, so I think fourth gen is completely lost now, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure the point you guys are trying to get at.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
we could have just talked about the horizon.
You see,
it's a lot easier to
those two plumb bobs, they were found to be perfectly parallel. Yeah. When they are 200 meters apart, they found that they are perfectly
He doesn't
parallel.
even know what a plumb bob is, man.
Yeah.
Like, speak his language, dude.
Who am I talking to?
Fourth gen, he already told you.
What's a plumb bob?
You're talking way over the guy's head, man. Talk about the horizon or some laser test.
I'm sorry, I don't. One second.
Hey, 4th Gen, did they tell you that flat earthers were dumb? Is that what they told you in the meeting and shit?
What meeting?
I don't know. I don't know. I thought y'all went to a meeting or something.
I think I don't think that you guys are per se dumb, to be honest. But like you guys know something, you guys know these facts like off the top of your head, right? Because you guys have done
The
constant
top of the
research
dome. Top of the dome.
Off the top of the head, you guys know this type of, you guys know all this, these little details and shit like that.
I mean, you asked your teachers
Because
in school about the globe. You asked your teachers about the globe. You put the same inquiry into the globe they did the flat Earth, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? You put the same inquiry, right?
It's hard to relay that message that you guys are trying to relate to me, right? It's hard to relay that if you guys are saying all these little tiny, like, retarded ass details that have nothing to do with anything.
Well, can you get your head around a simple horizon argument, perhaps? Because it's real simple. I'll post a picture where the horizon has to be at 1.2 miles if Earth's a globe. And if it's not, then Earth's not a globe. Hold on.
Have you ever heard of a Earth's curve calculator?
I've never heard of one that works. I've never heard of one that accurately represents my reality. I'll tell you that.
Well,
so what is the point of saying that whole train thing? What does that have to do with? What is the point that you guys were trying to get at with the train thing?
Well, it was a longer route to explaining that there's no curve of the ground. I would leave it to Get to finish his point, though.
Yeah, for the person who denied the measurements, nanometer measurements, actually, it is also used in compact disc technology. So those laser engravings, are in nanometer size.
4th Gen, do you see the Livestream voice text channel?
I think I don't need to see a picture of what you guys are talking about.
I just posted a quick picture there of a horizon, some oil rigs. See
I'm talking about the other one.
Yeah, I'm just going to give you this because it's real simple to follow. You don't need to memorize a bunch of details and stuff like that. It's just pretty straight ahead. Well, you actually kind of do, but it's still not that hard. It's easier than what Get was doing.
Yeah. Let's go to the black swan.
Yeah. I mean, you'll need to know the globe numbers a little bit, but they're included here.
So, everybody in this room knows the globe numbers. Every person in here knows the exact globe numbers. I guarantee it.
The radius, diameter.
All the speeds. Everybody knows all the speeds that all the bodies are moving. Everybody in here knows it. I know it.
Well, I'm going to pass the hell out, guys, but you take it away for this guy. Help him out with the black swan.
So, what's the angular speed of the globe Earth at the equator? Manny, do you know?
What's up? I was looking at the shit that you guys were
Do you know what's the angular speed? Yeah, at the equator.
No.
What?
1,000 miles an hour. 1,000 miles an hour is a supersonic speed.
Stuff off of the top of my head. I know what I know. But I was coming in here trying to get you guys to, because Leo told me that if I came in here, then I would believe that the Earth is flat.
yeah, Leo's the OG. Leo's the OG.
Have you ever traveled with supersonic speed?
No.
Well, you see, when you travel with supersonic speed, you feel it.
Do you?
Yes.
I'm not sure what are you trying to get at. So
Fort Gen, what is the miles per hour that we get? What is the speed of sound?
I'm not sure.
1232 something. Or
Kilometers.
yeah.
Yeah, it's about it's close to 800 miles per hour, 760-ish, 760-ish.
And commercial airplanes, they fly much slower than that. And when you fly with a commercial airplane, there's no way you cannot feel that you are moving very fast.
Commercial, you can't feel it. You can't feel
You're
it.
saying you
can't
can?
feel a commercial.
Yeah.
You are so wrong.
It feels like your bedroom, right? Yeah.
I was just
your bedroom. 13,000 feet in the air.
I was just in the airplane yesterday. I didn't feel anything.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't feel
I don't
anything.
believe you.
You can feel it lifting off.
Motherfucker.
You can feel it lifting off, and you could feel the plane. You could feel the plane shifting and shit like that, but you can't feel it.
Yeah,
You can't feel it. It
tilting
doesn't
when
pull
you
you
are
Let's
back.
talk
turning.
about that. So when the plane took off, it started accelerating. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Earth is spinning around in a circle, apparently. So what it's doing is it's every moment it's accelerating because it's changing direction. So you think you would not feel when that plane turns? Do you feel the directional change? That's called acceleration.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what the Earth apparently is doing the whole time, but not at 500 miles an hour. That's at 1,000 miles an hour.
So
why don't you feel that?
Are you saying that you feel a plane moving,
No,
like
you feel it
consistently when you're on a plane?
Well, that would be linear motion.
We're
not traveling. We're not traveling in a linear motion. We're accelerating around in circles, apparently. So when you turn a corner, you feel it. Correct?
So wouldn't that disprove your whole thing? If you can't feel when the plane is moving, right? Why would you be able to feel
How would
the
that
Earth moving?
disprove it? I just told you about acceleration, didn't I? So when you turn a corner, you're accelerating because you're changing direction from the path that you were just on. So it's called acceleration. Yeah?
Yeah,
You're turning a corner. Do you feel it when you turn a corner?
Of course.
Yeah. So you're spinning around in a circle on a ball. That's called acceleration.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just one speed. You're going one speed and then you're turning. So it's not linear. It's acceleration.
So the Earth.
But do you understand that you should feel it?
If the Earth is flat, right?
I'm talking about your ball. Why would you not feel acceleration?
But what I'm saying is, if the Earth was flat, right? Why would you be able to not feel the plane moving when it's moving?
Well, where the Earth's not moving though.
Yeah, it is.
How do you know that?
There's multiple things that you can relate to in real life things, real life ballistics. Fucking,
Are you a ballistics expert?
The rotation of the Earth.
Are you a ballistics
when you take into account the rotation of the Earth when you're shooting, you hit your target.
Manny, wait. Do you know that all cars, they have a speedometer? Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
which tells you the speed you are driving with. This speedometer is a sensor attached to the drive shaft of the car. And according to those rotations of the drive shafts, yeah, the car tells you the speed you are driving with. Correct?
Yep. Yep.
So this is an instrument for measuring the speed. Now, can you give us an instrument which can show the speed of rotation of the Earth?
How would you do that without doing it in a giant, massive scale?
I don't care how. You have to show it. Yeah.
But so your theory is that because they
It's not a
haven't showed it.
theory.
Hold on.
It's not a theory. I'm asking something
Okay. So what?
empirical.
So
Yeah.
what you guys are saying? So what you guys are saying is you guys haven't seen any demonstrations of this in a massive scale. But why would people do that? Because it would have to be to be able to demonstrate something in a massive scale. You have to have something that is like of a massive scale. Why would they put so much
Massive
money
scale.
into that?
Okay. We're
Why?
going there too. Now, look, on you have a
Make
smartphone.
another Earth?
You
And
have
then
a smartphone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, all the smartphones today, they have a accelerometer device inside them. It's a tiny, small microchip which is measuring the acceleration and also position in space. Yeah. Now, when you get inside the car and you open your Google Maps app or another navigation app, yeah, and you are inside the car traveling to somewhere, that accelerometer will tell you approximately the speed you are moving with. But your smartphone is not physically attached to the drive shaft of the car, but it can tell you the speed you are traveling with because you are moving. And if you step out of the car and just walk on the street, it will show you that you are moving with let's say 5 kilometers an hour. Yeah, it's a slow speed, but it will show you that you are moving. And when you stop, it will show you zero velocity.
Okay.
So why doesn't your phone actually show you that you are moving with 1,000 miles an hour? Because the Earth is moving with that speed.
Because it's let me give you an example.
Because what? It's not measurable. It's impossible to measure it.
Let me give you an example. Okay, so you have a scale, right? You have a scale. You put like a cup in it. You put a cup on the scale, and then you zero out the scale, and then you put the shit in it, and then it'll measure what's in the scale. It'll measure what's in the cup because you zeroed it out, and you zeroed out the fucking the weight of the
Well,
cup.
the only time you can zero is when you stop moving.
No, they would zero it
No,
out.
listen.
Look,
That
no,
device in your
What do you mean, no?
smartphone, no, it's not like that.
They minus it by
Listen,
whatever distance,
we're not talking about
whatever
weights and
speed the Earth
scales.
is
You cannot,
rotating.
Manny,
You
wait.
can't compare
What you're
them.
doing, you are comparing two different technologies and instruments, yeah? Accelerometers, they are not weight scales. You get it?
Yeah, but it's simple math. Like you can just take away the speed that the
No,
Earth is
you can't. In
rotating.
an
There,
accelerometer, you can't.
on the screen, you can take away if the Earth is rotating at this speed consistently, right?
No.
You take away that number and then put the number that it's that you're moving.
Listen, the
what?
accelerometer doesn't show you a zero velocity when you are actually moving, not moving. Yeah.
Why you guys let Get Beget just fuck you guys up all day long? He comes back from vacation and just like picks up where he left off and just knocks all he just knocks them all out.
Running it up. He's knocking it out. What
He's knocking you out. He's knocking you out.
Yeah.
In what way? I just explained to you that you can literally just.
Yeah, you just explained that you don't know anything. You just explained to everybody listening to you. You don't know the first thing. You don't even know the first thing.
You don't even know how a accelerometer actually works, functions.
But it's the same way how you can change what's on the
not the same way as a balance
inspect it. You can inspect the fucking
not the
I forget
same
what it's called
device.
actually, but it's like it's on the screen, bro. It's on the screen. They can put whatever number they want on it. They can decrease the amount that it measures on the screen.
Oh, so you can put any number on your speedometer in your car,
They can put any number on the screen.
When you pass by a radar with 300 miles an hour, they're not going to give you a fine because your speedometer shows you that you're driving legally, right?
But it takes into account the Earth's rotation. That's what it does.
Yeah. Do you know what homologation is?
A what?
Homologation.
No.
Well, scales and accelerometers are being homologated. Yeah, these instruments are officially verified and confirmed that they are accurate. Yeah, so they don't show you numbers like what you want.
But I don't get it. Why would they show it as 1,000 and this amount of miles if they could just take away the 1,000 and then put
When
the
you're
number?
standing still, it doesn't show you 1,000 miles an hour because you're not moving with that velocity. It shows you zero because you're standing still.
He's basically saying you got fooled by statistics.
Yeah.
So are you saying that they can't put any number on that screen that they want? They can't. Are you saying that on the screen it would show up as exactly that?
I think he's.
That was the question. That was the question you wanted to ask.
I can have the device. I can put any number on the screen. Yeah, but it can be actually verified that it's fake.
That was the question you wanted to ask.
They can put any number on the screen that they want. They can decrease the fucking they can minus it by 1,000 and then just get that number. That is how what? That's it's common sense, man.
What are you on about?
Like it's common sense that they would be able to that if the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles per hour, right? And then I'm moving at 5 miles per hour. Why would they put on the screen 1,005?
Yeah, you'd be minus 500 miles an hour right now, right?
No. But why?
You tell me. But you tell me why they put that on there. So what would you be? What happens?
Or what if you turned around and went against the spin of the Earth? How fast would you be going then? 1,000 miles an hour minus 5 backwards.
But why would they not decrease it on the screen? That's what I'm saying. Like, what makes it so they can't? What is the thing that you're trying to get at? What makes it so they can't fucking decrease minus it by 1,000? What?
Who is that asking that question? Who is that smart? Who's asking that question?
Who's what? Do I have somebody muted or something?
Good. It was a good question. Just who asked the question?
That was 4gen.
That was not. That wasn't
me, wasn't it? Or turning around and going the other way.
What? I don't get what are you saying? The fuck? Hello? Am I tripping?
I think I just heard his brain explode.
What? I don't know what the fuck you guys are saying. Like, you guys are quiet. What? So, like, are you guys gonna answer my question? What makes it so they can't just minus 1,000?
It goes 1,000 miles an hour in one direction. What if you're traveling in a different direction to the 1,000 mile an hour spin?
Mm-hmm. But it also has a. Would it also have a compass, like, or a compass device?
What, my car Speedo has got all these amazing gadgets to kind of counteract the spin of the Earth.
I'm sorry?
Who was that had that amazing deep voice? Who was that, by the way?
That's you, dude, with the deep voice.
Okay, so nobody's gonna answer my question.
I don't know if I can. What is your question? I don't know if I can answer it, but go ahead and ask it. Por favor.
Okay, why would they not be able to minus it by 1,000? That is my question. It's not been answered.
Why would they not be able to minus it by 1,000? And every flat earther that I've ever met is supposed to know what the fuck that meant. Is that correct or no?
Yeah, like, why would they not be able to put on the screen?
But what'd you say? Minus by? Would you say it again? Say it again, because. Go ahead.
I'm moving at 5 miles per hour, right? The Earth is moving at 1,005 miles per hour. Why would they put 1,005 if they could just put 5? That is the question.
Damn, I feel so stupid. So you're asking, how come they didn't say 105 rather than 115? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, why the fuck would it make sense, right? Why would it make sense for them to put on your phone, right? You're moving at this distance. I'm talking about on the map shit that you guys are talking about. The fucking on, like, Google Maps and shit.
Oh yeah. Keep going.
Why would they not be able to? Why would they, like? It doesn't make sense. You still haven't answered it.
The Earth is spinning apparently 1,000 miles an hour in one direction. Yeah, we can travel in any direction.
Mm-hmm.
How does this minusing out 1,000 miles an hour thing work now in your brain?
It's the same way how we could go on a plane, like go back to the plane thing. It's the same way how we could go on a plane and walk backwards or walk forwards.
So if a plane's flying with the spin of the Earth, okay, it's going 1,500 miles an hour, okay? But if it turned around and went the opposite direction, you're saying there's a device in there that tells it to take away the 1,000 miles an hour that's going acting against it. How does it work?
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying for what displays on the screen. That's what I was trying to get at. Because you guys were saying your guys' argument is why would it not display on the screen 1,005?
Sorry, he wasn't talking about a screen. He was talking about an accelerometer. So what are you talking about? A screen?
No, but he was saying that your phone has one, and why does it not? Why does it not say 1,005 instead of just 5?
Because you're old school. That's why.
I'm old school. What do you mean?
It's fucked me up with this one. I can't even understand how he's thinking about this.
I'm thinking about it. He said why does it not say 1,005? Why does 1,005 not display on the screen if you're on Google Maps and it says when you're on your phone it says the distance that you're moving, like very very janky. It's not like fucking for sure, but it yeah. It shows that distance that you're or that speed that you're moving, right? And his argument was why does it not say 1,005 if we're moving at 5 miles per hour? That's what was his argument. Why does it not display on the screen 1,005?
What screen? He was talking about an accelerometer.
He's talking about a phone.
Which measures acceleration.
Accelerometer is.
Is that what we were doing? We were spinning?
Oh.
Were we spinning 1,000 right there? Is that what you're telling me we were doing? We were spinning 1,000 and shit? And you recorded it? God damn.
I think you'll have to ask Geppy because he was the one talking to you about it. You've lost me, mate. I'm not sure where you're at with it.
Here, go on to another side.
You said what, Leo?
Like, Fortune's not really like into like flat Earth and like globe, so like you guys have to like break it down to like something easier because like I don't think he knows what an accelerator is and all.
Okay, no, but we were trying to do that before, but he just kept on going on to ballistics, and I was trying to ask him if he was a ballistics expert, but we took him to has anyone measured curvature? Has anyone measured the Earth moving, and how did they measure it? And he just wanted to keep going on to ballistics. So,
Well, you guys are supposed to be proving to me, right? And you guys could have just said if you don't want to prove it to me and you want me to prove that the Earth is a sphere, right? If you guys want me to do that, right? You guys,
we
I
don't have
came in
to.
saying, I came in
We don't have to
saying,
approve anything to you, mate.
yeah,
You've got to do your
I
own
came in,
research and find out where you
I
live.
came in, yeah, hold on, I came in asking, right? Because Leo said that you guys would tell me that the Earth is flat and prove to me that the Earth is flat. I came in and asked. I was like, hey, can you guys prove or something along these lines? But I said, hey, can you guys prove to me that the Earth is flat or something like that, right?
Yeah, but it's not going to take one time. Like, if you're just new to this subject, you need to do your own research, and you'll start discovering it. Like,
We're going to
we're
get
not
to
going
a
to
point.
convince you.
Hey, we're all going to get. We're going to get to a point sooner or later. We're going to get to a point. I guarantee it.
Did anyone prove to you that the Earth was a globe? Or did they just tell you it was and you believed them?
Sorry, I didn't. Nobody proved it to me.
There's things in real life that I've experienced that show me that these theories that you guys have are not like real.
Like what?
Do we have theories?
Like
do we have theories? Or do we have facts? Do we have theories or do we have facts?
Well, I'm sorry. To me, it's theories. So don't cling on to me saying theories.
All right, cool.
But
like what then?
To me, it's theories. But same. Like how you guys were saying. Why don't we feel the Earth moving if the Earth is moving? It's the same way how we hop on a plane and we don't feel the plane moving.
I feel the plane moving. I don't know what y'all talking about, but every time I've ever been on a plane, I feel that motherfucking plane moving. What are you talking about? You don't feel the plane moving?
So you're saying your head be on your head be sitting there, fucking back of the seat on the seat. You're fucking like what? Like
so you've been to North America to Asia and you felt the plane not moving? Is that what you're going to tell me? You felt the plane not moving. You felt the plane not moving. Is that what you're going to tell me?
You can feel it shifting. You can feel it when it shifts, but you don't feel nothing. It's just regular when you're sitting on the plane.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So you constantly feel the plane, like it doesn't feel normal when you're on the plane when it's not shifting.
Yes.
So are you saying that flying feels normal to you?
Flying completely feels normal to me. I only feel it when it shifts.
You're next level, bro. You're next level.
I'm sorry. It feels completely normal, other than like your ears popping and shit like that. It feels completely normal.
Why? The ears. That's a great one.
Well, what is your point that you're trying to get at?
So when you're standing on the Earth, you're standing still, but you're going 1,000 miles an hour because the Earth is spinning, yeah? And you're outside. So you're in an airplane. It's a closed system, right? You're in a tube flying through the air. Imagine it was a convertible. Imagine you were sitting on top of the plane. Do you think you'd feel it moving then?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I'm standing outside, I'm not in anything, am I? So why don't I feel 1,000 miles an hour?
You are in something when you're in the Earth.
In the closed system of the Earth. That's not moving.
I'm sorry, what? Your mic's kind of ass.
You said I'm in the Earth. What do you mean?
So what is you're in the Earth? What does that have to do?
Well, that's what you said.
We're in when we're on the Earth, we're in a closed place because we have the atmosphere.
So the atmosphere is not moving?
What is holding the gas?
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Because wind can move in any direction, can't it?
Yeah.
So is it moving in any direction, but also spinning at the same speed as the Earth in one direction?
Yeah.
So it's spinning around one direction, but also moving in other directions at the same time.
Well, you're not gonna see it spinning because we're moving with it.
but the wind is spinning with it, but then also not spinning with it because it's moving in other directions.
Yeah, it's moving. Yeah.
Wait, who's spinning? What? Who? What? Can I get filled in, please? Por favor. Somebody fill me in.
So, Levelist, they're telling us that we're spinning in one direction at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Oh, okay.
So this guy's saying that the atmosphere is also spinning in the same direction at the same speed. So what I was saying was, but we feel wind and observe wind moving in various directions at various speeds. So is it also spinning at 1,000 miles an hour in one direction, but at the same time moving at different speeds in different directions? And he said, yeah.
Okay, it's the same way.
Wow, he's honest. He's honest
let me
as fuck. No, hold on. That guy that answered is honest as fuck because nobody answers that question. Let's be honest. Even you. Go ahead. Answer the next question, but not this question.
Wait, what? What was the question? I wasn't really. Okay, so are you saying? Okay, so the wind can't move the other way, right? It can't move. Okay, so fucking say the Earth is spinning in fucking in the north direction or something like that, right? Or let me just like put something that you could think that you could like envision. Okay, so shoot two torpedoes in the water, right, at the same speed, right? And then put one torpedo has something to propel it from the front of it, right? So they're shooting at the same speed, right? And then you start the thing that is propelling it from the front of it, so it's going the other way. But it would seem if they're both moving at the same speed, right? If they're both moving at the same speed, to the one that is still moving at that speed, right? The other one, it would, if it had eyes, it can see. It would look like the other one is going the other way, right?
Just play the music, dude.
Okay. All right, Leo, I'm gonna go back to Zooted.
Bro, listen, I don't know why they're being, yo.
They're not answering they're not disproving me. Like, I ask a question, they ask a different question.
That was mushrooms, bro.
Yo, level is
proving. You never said a point.
What? Okay. Yeah, Leo, I'm going back.
Oh, why you leaving, bro?
Cause, bro.
Maybe I should have made it simpler for him.
Bro, he doesn't.
Testing.
God.
What do you guys know? What do you guys know?
Pretty quiet in here.
Hey,
Yeah, we hear you. Let us know. Let us know.
can somebody unmute Royals?
Ken? Who? Who?
Can you unmute Royals?
Can we do that? Can we unmute? Can we unmute Royals or no? Can we do that or not?
The fuck? You're really weird. You're a weird guy.
Yo, can someone unmute Royal? I think he's typing in chat to talk. Yo, can someone unmute Royals? I think he wants to talk.
I got a bunch of poop under my fingernail. I just pick my butt like a fucking monster. Yo, does somebody have permissions to unmute people? Everybody's fucking, yo, Royals. Hello?
All right, Forgen. Ask the same question you asked
Or
me.
is there a human here that will answer it?
There should be. Yo, levelers. Yo, does someone have a mic?
Are they typing in chat?
A torpedo with eyes.
Meow.
Yo, Forgen.
Hmm.
Can I be your friend?
Nah, you keep dragging me back in this stupid ass place and nobody's fucking answering the questions that I ask.
No, don't answer. We'll just wait for someone to join. I need like giant flobe in here. Oh, let's see here. Let's see if Helio's skeptical.
I'm looking empirical emperor. I said I'm looking. I
Yeah.
can see it empirical emperor.
Yo, Octane Weasel.
Yeah.
Yo, do you mind? Do you think you can answer my friend's question here?
Maybe not.
All right.
Okay, is
Oh,
the torpedo?
Never mind. You're globe earther. Never mind. We need a flat earther.
Okay.
I don't get how.
Because he believes the Earth is round, and you want somebody to disprove your theory.
Okay, so you guys don't want to answer that question, that hypothetical question that I gave, right?
Yo,
That
empirical.
that hypothetical torpedo thing. The torpedo thing that I was saying.
The torpedo with eyes.
I can go through it again.
Yeah, but wait, let's have
Okay,
somebody.
torpedo with a camera then.
No,
like
wait, not
eyes.
yet. Wait until
A
you have somebody
torpedo with
that
a
can answer.
camera. A torpedo with a camera. So there's two torpedoes moving at the same distance, right? I'm moving at the same speed, right? And one of the torpedoes has a propeller on it or something to propel it from the front end, right? And that activates, and the other torpedo that doesn't have that thing to propel it from the front end, right? The other torpedo that doesn't have that has a camera and it's looking at the other torpedo. It's looking at the other torpedo. Would it not seem like the other torpedo is going the other way? Like, would it not look that way to you? Would it not look that way? No, both of the torpedoes are moving at the same speed, right? But one torpedo has a propeller on the front end of it. So they're both moving at the same speed, and that one, because the other one with the propeller on the front end of it, right? When that activates, it slows down, right? So would it not, in the same direction, same speed, just one's on top of the other? The one with the thing to propel it from the front end is just on top of it, above it. Yes. They were moving. Yes. My question is, well, the reason why I asked that question was because I don't remember his name, but one guy said he was like, if the wind can move in any direction and the earth is rotating at this speed, why is the wind moving in the other direction? That was his question. So I'm asking, So I'm asking. So that's what I'm. That's just something so you could imagine in your mind why the fuck that would make sense. Because that it makes sense for wind to be able to move in the other direction. Not actually moving in the other direction. It's slowing down.
Torpedo with the eyes. My favorite type of question. You see what he typed for, John?
No. You're looking at it from the one that is going faster. You're the one that is going faster. You're the one that's going faster. So we're talking about cars. So you're the one that's going faster than it. So does it not look like so if you didn't know better, right? If you didn't know, oh, of course it's slowing down, right? Because that's like you know better. But if you didn't know better, it'd be like, why is that one driving that way? You'd be like, if you didn't know that, like that's how you would think as like a little kid or something. Now, how is that not? It's pushing you. So if the wind slows down, right? It's gonna make you slow down because it's pushing you. So it's gonna feel like you're going in the other direction. If if everything, including the atmosphere, is spinning, right? It's gonna spin with it. Everything in the atmosphere is gonna spin with it. What do you? Oh, you're just saying the wind does not only go in one direction. You're just saying that. Like you're just saying this, and like it's not. It's like you're running, right? You're running at something that's moving. Like you're running at a brick wall that's moving at the same speed as you, right? If the brick wall stops, you're gonna hit it. That's why you feel the push of the wind. That's why you're getting pushed by the wind. That's why things get pushed by the wind. They put it into terms like that, so it is easily understood. So it is easily understood. They use eastern, northern. They used eastern, northern, western, southern as something that we can like easily understand. Why would they
Yeah,
put all them?
but what is
Why
up and
would they?
down on the globe? What is up and down on a globe?
Hmm?
What is up and down on a globe, though?
The down is the middle.
But how do you know that on a globe?
I'm sorry.
Like, how
The
do you know
down.
the correct the correct side is like faced up? So how do you? What is up and down on the globe? Is what I'm saying.
What do you mean? What is up and down?
Exactly. What's up
So
and down
so
on a globe?
you said something that's up, but so what is up and down on a globe? It's exactly what I'm saying. What is up and down on a globe?
When did I say something that is up?
You said something about up just a while ago.
I don't get your question.
If you're on a bowl, what is up and down on a bowl?
There's no way to know it. There's no way to determine. It's whatever you perceive it to be. It's whatever. There's no up and down in the universe.
What?
There's no up and down in the universe. Like what do you
How
mean?
do you?
There's no way. There's no it's like it's whatever you choose up and down to be,
So
or up to be.
you choose up and you choose down, or is there a general up and down? I don't think you choose up and down. You can choose to walk down the street. You can't choose what way is down.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So that down is the center of the earth from what we're from, so we can understand, right?
For
This
that,
is
you need a radius, wouldn't you? Who measured the radius?
I don't know. Up is the way.
So for this place to be a ball, we need measurements. We need someone who's actually measured it to be a ball. And the problem is that we come across all the time is that no one's measured it, but they give you a measurement. Now, how did they get that measurement?
It's not a precise measurement.
Or
Are
how
they
did they get?
do they I don't know this. Do they say it's a precise measurement? Because I don't think that there is a way that you can measure it precisely, like just like how they can't measure the distance. They measure it like
Okay, so think
they
about it.
measure it roughly. They can't measure the distance between a different planet and this planet, right?
Okay,
It's not precise. It's not precise.
so for all their maths to work, what happens is, right? They had a measurement for Earth. They estimated that Venus was the same size as Earth. That's how they got the distance to the sun. Now, for that, you need a measurement.
Mm-hmm.
So how do they know that the Earth was a certain size to compare it to these other things that they're speculating what they
Yeah,
are?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That I don't know.
And then, okay, let's have a conversation then. So don't you think that that's a problem that they don't have a measurement? Because
Well,
everything. Yeah, go. Sorry.
they can do things to not precisely measure it, but they can do things to roughly measure it.
Okay, how do they do that?
They can will say that they like you go into space, you look at the size of a mountain, right? You measure the mountain, right? The size of the mountain, you measure the mountain, and then you just put that next to each other, next to each other, next to each other, like shit like that. I don't know how they did it, but that's just
Well, to go to space, you'd have to
a
go to a
simple
place
way to.
that it's a violation of thermodynamics. So you'd have to convince me that they've been to space. So do you know if they've been to space or not?
I think I'm pretty sure they've been to space.
Okay, so for their explanation of how they get to space is that they fly around the globe and get to an exit point, right? For that to work, you need the maths of a globe. Otherwise, they're just flying nowhere, just imagining where they have this measurement of the globe. To get these things to work properly, they have to have a measurement of the globe. So who measured the globe? No one. No one's measured it. They just made up these numbers.
So why would saying that there is space, why would that be a way to control people?
I'm not
Because
sure about motives. I don't know what anyone's thinking. I can't answer that. But
like
what you have,
why would it what the fuck, what would be the reason to be like, oh, the Earth's a sphere and not a disc or whatever you guys say it is, or the
well,
Earth's a sphere, not flat, a sphere and
I
not
can speculate.
flat. Why would they? Why would that be something that they would lie about? Like what what's up?
Oh, well, I can speculate on that, but I'd be trying to work out what's going on in someone else's head, which I'm no mind reader.
But there could be many reasons why they do it. Maybe they want you to feel like you're a nothing a nothing insignificant piece of space dust. Maybe they want you to feel like that. Maybe they want you to think that, oh, we can't go anywhere because outside there's a vacuum. Maybe they want that. Who knows? I can't tell you. But what you need to, instead of thinking about why they lied, you've got to work out whether they lied or not. Everyone on here has been looking whether they've been lying, and they've been lying. They've been lying about the radius. They've been lying about the curvature. They've been lying about going to space. I can guarantee that. So you got to stop.
I believe that they have lied about going to space before. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you got to think, if they've lied about going to space, then are they capable of doing it again and again and again and again? And they go, this is too easy. Let's just keep on lying. So that's what you got to think as well. So it's not a question of, like, I know you came on here to get someone to try and convince you that the Earth is flat. What you got to look at is the Earth a globe, and then start from there. Because once you start looking at these things, you're going to realize that what they've been telling me is not correct. And then you'll look further into it, and everyone who looks further into it becomes a flat earther. I'm sorry, it's just the way it happens, because they just lie about everything. Go outside. Go outside during the day. Look up in the sky. We're not moving. We're not spinning. I don't see any curvature. We can't measure the curvature. We see way further than what we're supposed to see. I know you're going to say refraction. Everyone says the magic refraction. But refraction happens everywhere. So they want to use refraction, and then they don't want to use refraction. So there is refraction, of course, there's refraction. But does it refract to make it look flat? Or does it refract to make it look curved?
I was reading what the guy's putting in chat.
What is that? I'm not looking at it, I'm driving.
My bad. I was looking at what the guy was typing in chat. I wasn't listening. He was just going into nearly every photo live speed. It is an embarrassment.
I had a quick question for Timbo, right quick.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, mate. I've got a couple of minutes, so.
For sure. I was just gonna ask you if you've ever been to that Flat Earth Park in Sydney.
The what? Flat Earth Park? Where's that?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the name of the park, but it's located somewhere in Sydney.
I don't know. I'll have to look for it. I'm in Melbourne, so I'm about 10 hours drive away from Sydney. But I'll if you find it, can you post it?
I'll just send you a DM if you don't mind.
Yeah, sweet, mate.
Yeah, look, I have a very, I'm gonna be honest, I have a very open mind, right? I have a very open mind to new ideas and shit like that, right? But it's not making sense for the Earth, like the theories that you guys come up with, the things that you guys say, it doesn't make sense. Like
you know why it doesn't? It doesn't make sense to you at the moment because
like the things you guys say. Like I remember, Leo told me, he's like, if you stack up rocks on top of each other, why do they not fall? Because of the speed of the Earth. Stuff like that.
Yeah, because it's not moving. What you gotta do, Rob?
Can I just quickly ask him something?
But that didn't
just
make no
consider,
sense because you
guys.
could go on a plane and you could stack
Hold on,
things on
hold
top
on.
of each other.
Consider this, right? Suppose nobody had ever told you that the Earth is moving. Okay, what do you experience or observe in reality that would tell you that the Earth is moving?
Oh, you would not be able to feel it. You would not be able to know. That's why for thousands of years everybody thought that the Earth was flat.
Okay, fair enough. So what we experience in reality is that the Earth is motionless and the horizon seems flat, right? So it's just a logical starting point. From okay, this is what I experience. It could be something else. There might be evidence for that being something else, but you start with what you experience directly, right? I mean, you use your senses every day to interact with the world and people quite accurately, usually.
I'm sorry. I'm listening to you. I'm looking at chat. My bad. Say it again. I'm listening to you now. I stopped
I
looking
was
at
just
chat.
pointing out that not discount what you experience directly.
Oh yeah, what you experience directly isn't. Well, I've learned that.
Right, like I mean, exactly like
What
you
you
just said.
experience, what you
Because
experience directly, what you experience, and what you perceive as. My bad. What you perceive as reality can be something different.
well,
That's
sure,
like
yeah, but that's the point. Like it could be something different than what you observe. That's cool, but that doesn't mean that it is, or that what you observe is wrong, right? Just because it could be something different.
hmm yeah, but yeah. So what I'm saying is, I just want to see why I'm wrong. Perfect reflection of
Did you want?
water.
Did you say you wanted to see why you're wrong or if you're wrong?
Well, yeah, why I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong.
About what? Wrong about what?
The Earth being a globe.
Oh, okay. Because I thought the last thing you said is that things aren't always what they seem, or something like that.
Oh yeah, for
What they
sure.
seem.
Things aren't always what they seem.
No, not always. You're right. But would you expect that 100% of your total experience would be the opposite of what it seems? Like, let me ask you this: if you went to the doctor, right, and he said, "Here, take these pills," these charts here and the blood work I did and everything else, they're telling me that you're dizzy right now, so you need these pills. But you weren't dizzy. I mean, you know if you're dizzy or not, right? You know you're not dizzy, but he's telling you to take pills because he's determined that you are dizzy. Would you take the pills?
No.
Did you hear the question? No, you wouldn't take the pills
Yeah.
because you know if you're dizzy or not, right? Doesn't matter what the doctor says just because he's an authority or he's supposed to know, right?
hmm
So you know if you're dizzy or not. And if you were on a spinning ball going several different directions at what adds up to millions of miles an hour, you'd be fucking dizzy. Just because someone tells you that you wouldn't be, don't just take their authority to assume that they're right about it. When you look at the speed,
that's something
changes,
that
and you look at
is.
the enormity of the numbers, it's just mind-boggling that we all used to, at least most of us, accept that it was just, oh yeah, it spins so fast you can't feel it, or it's spinning at such a uh, a, a distance with the relativity of it and all. But they want to compare it to one linear direction of a plane. Just because you don't feel it in one linear direction of a plane doesn't mean that it works the same going in multiple directions, thousands of miles, 60 some thousand miles around the sun. The sun goes 500,000 miles per hour, they're saying. 500,000 miles per hour. Does that make any sense? that we're being dragged along with that? I mean, it's insane to just assume that they're right about that.
Well, if you think about the massive scale of space and the fact that things don't slow down, it would make sense for it to be things to be
Is
moving
that
at
is
that
that
distance,
massive scale
at
of
that
space?
speed.
Is that something you observe, or is that basically imagination?
It could not be real. I haven't seen it. I also haven't seen that the Earth is flat. I know what I
Have you
know.
ever seen the horizon anywhere?
What do you mean?
Well, if you've been outside on the Earth and seen the horizon anywhere,
Mm-hmm.
why did it?
What, like the you talking about what?
Well, the horizon that you saw, did it appear to curve? Because I mean, you
No.
just said you don't experience a flat Earth. So I was just wondering, what do you experience?
Well, you don't see it
Where they
curve.
get their word horizon from, right? Horizontal. The word horizontal. Does horizontal usually mean curved to you?
Mm-hmm. But I don't. I just don't get.
Have you ever
I don't get
experienced the
the.
Earth as
I
a
don't
spinning
get
ball?
the.
Ever experienced? I mean, you don't feel spinning. I mean, all of us would have to agree that it seems like it's a stationary plane, right? Everyone, even the ballers admit to that. Our total experience is a
I
stationary
mean,
level Earth.
he even conceded to it earlier, which was good, I think, because means he was being honest. That if nobody had told him Earth is moving, you'd never be able to figure it out or tell based on what you experience.
Oh, yeah, for
Well,
sure.
that's an issue, right? Because it means that it's only something that we're told, and it's not something that we can experience or can prove.
Mm-hmm.
So it's entirely
But
faith.
the
It's
thing,
just
but
like the
the
point
thing,
where I said, yeah, no,
but
thanks, this is enough for me.
but okay, but the thing is, the theory, like the thing that I keep getting stuck on and being like, well, this doesn't make sense. Is why is a plane different than the Earth?
Why is the plane different than the Earth?
Like if I'm talking about a plane, like a physical, like a fucking flying plane, not
Yeah.
like the plane. But
why isn't it just the
why
same to be
why
going 1,000 miles an hour
why
in
does
circular motion?
no, but why do you not, why are you not fucking, why is your head not hitting the back of the seat and your fucking hair is flying to flying
Because
backwards?
it's enclosed.
Why would you be? You're in
because it's enclosed.
Exactly. You're in a closed box of air. The air is moving with the plane as well. So what's the issue? And there's no rapid change in acceleration or change in velocity or anything like that, right?
If the atmosphere is real, then
Yeah,
What
but
does that
the
mean?
atmosphere is contained.
What does that mean?
What keeps the atmosphere contained like the cabin of a plane? What keeps our atmosphere contained like the cabin of the plane?
Gases.
Gases
that is
contain
the
gases.
atmosphere.
How do the
gas is
gases
the
contain
atmosphere,
it?
right?
What contains the gas?
I don't know, man. I'm not into the shit like that.
Well, yeah, that would be a really important answer to try to figure out if it's possible that we're on a globe, right?
Yeah.
Because without a container of some sort, the gases seems like the gases would, dissipate. High to low pressure.
Well, you can't dissipate. There's no dissipating in space.
Well, that's the thing is they say that space is a vacuum, right? Or it's 10 to the negative 17 torr, or like almost a perfect vacuum, they say. So why wouldn't that then be the lower pressure from which the higher pressure of our pressure atmosphere, our pressure system, right? We have an atmosphere or an atmos, right? So how could that not dissipate into a vacuum? Now, the answer on your side or on the side of the globe is gravity, right? But they've got a lot of problems with that. And I'm not going to get into that right now. But you got to look into the speeds of it, bro, to begin with. Just look at the speeds. Figure out that radial rotation is not the same as surface rotation. Look at the orbit around the sun. I mean, there's so many contradictions. I sent you, like, you might have seen, I sent you a message as well as about, 20 videos that you can't find on the internet anymore very easily because they hide them all. Why would they have to do that? If it's so stupid, right? And it's not a theory, by the way. You keep calling it a flat earth theory. I mean, you don't have to, if you're sitting in a chair, you don't have to believe you're sitting in a chair, right? You're just sitting in a chair. If it seems like we're on a stationary level Earth, well, there's no reason to assume we're not, unless you believe in something about it being the opposite of that.
Hi, mate. In effect
Without
of
any,
macro ice blast 24th.
I didn't hear that. Whoever was talking. Was somebody hot micing, or did they have something to say? Anyway, do you hear what I'm saying?
Oops, sorry, that was me.
No worries. Yeah. What's your name? What do you go by? Fourth?
Fourth,
yeah. Well, I'm sure you haven't looked into this yet. It was pretty much like the last thing any of us thought might be possible.
I've looked into it, not like too in depth. I've looked like at like a couple of videos. I've looked at like a couple of videos of the flat Earth side and the and then people disproving that.
Yeah, disproving that it's flat.
Mm-hmm.
How would they do that?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was a while ago.
You know the concept of a straw man ever? You ever heard of the concept of a straw man? You know what that is? They call it a straw man because it's like you're recreating the argument made of straw, right? It's like you're putting up an argument for your opponent as if that's what they're saying when they're really not saying. They call it a straw man because then you can take down the idea of what you've decided that they think very easily if you make it stupid enough, like the Flat Earth Society. That was all created to make the idea of a flat Earth ridiculous on purpose, right? So that anybody looking into it comes upon that and they turn away, like most people do right away, because that's the first thing they feed you on Google. And on YouTube, the first thing they feed you is like Mark Sargent or, at the very best, and mostly shill videos that are just trying to like make it look bad. But they do a terrible job. If you look into both sides of it, you'll find out. They do a terrible job. But it's just like and it's usually because they're straw manning it, saying that, oh, flat earthers think this, like they think the Earth moves upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared, or they think that the Earth's disk in space, or some of these things that no flat earther will ever tell you that that's what they think. Most every flat earther will tell you that they're no longer a believer in the spinning ball, and that's about it. Otherwise, you're just stuck with your default reality, your base axiom. That's your experience, and you have no reason to doubt your experience unless there's good reason to believe the opposite of that experience is true. And we looked into it, and the theories don't hold up, bro. Look at some of those videos I sent you, because you're not going to be able to find those in just a light search. Those are the old school ones.
Yeah, I'll look into it later. I need to go to sleep soon. It's 5:19 a.m.
All right, yeah, take a look at those. Come back and let us know. I was gonna also send you actually a recording I made of somebody that was in here with, not a whole lot of looking into this at one point, but he came back recently and said, I was in here completely convinced that you guys were wrong, and I'm an astrophysicist. I was studying to be an astrophysicist, and I found out you were right, and I'm back. I have a recording of it. I'll send to you. All right.
So, yeah, see, if I talk to you, right? If I was talking to you, it would be more productive, right? I still believe that the Earth is not flat, but
of course,
talking to you, it was. Yeah, no, talking to you is more productive because when I was talking to the other people, people were fucking sitting there interrupting me. It was multiple people at a time. It was
Yeah,
getting
people get
interrupted. You
excited.
know what I mean? Multiple
Yeah,
people
it's
at a
hard.
time.
It's hard.
People like, you know what I mean, being like looking down on me, like saying like little sly shit.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, you don't
like
do that.
white people shit
That
and stuff
that
like
goes
that.
with
So it's
the
like,
territory. There's always going to be people that are, looking to troll, even if they're trying to tell the truth, and it sucks. But just read what I wrote you in the message. Watch some of those videos, and if you're really interested, I mean, I'm sorry, I actually recommend that you run away now, because if you'd rather not know, then don't look at those videos. If you'd rather just keep believing in the ball, that's cool. Just keep doing that, because you're gonna find out that we're right if you really look into it. Just warning you ahead of time.
yeah,
All right. You need to get some sleep then, huh?
yeah. I'm gonna peace out, man.
I sleep a lot better knowing that I'm not on a spinning ball.
Yeah,
A lot more rest.
I'll look at the stuff that you showed me. I'll look at some of them. I'm
All right,
not
cool.
gonna say I'm
That's a
gonna
good
look
place
at
to
all
start.
of them because that's a lot of time.
No, I
But
wouldn't expect that. It takes a long time, but there's just a lot of options.
All right, later,
All
boys.
right, come back again. Talk to us, brother.
all right,
Have a
for
good night.
sure.
All right, bro. Laters.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna just go to Leo. Just go
Go
to
to
what do you
sleep
call it?
watching one of those, right?
Or
There you go.
Zooted?
No, I'm gonna just go to Zooted and go to my server. If someone
All right, send me an invite.
want to join,
Sure, why not?
all right, man.
Yeah, I'm in a lot of Discords, man. I go all over the place.
Yeah, it's kind of. I don't think it's your Discord, to be honest. I don't think it's your kind of place.
I don't have a kind of place. I'm interested in all kinds of shit.
It's a lot of. It's like a gang Discord. Like a lot of people are
Oh,
in
a gang.
gangs.
Do I have to do some kind of blood oath to get in?
No. I mean, like it's a lot of felons in there, and like
Yeah, it's cool. I have a lot of felon friends actually, or I used to. Not that I was a
all right,
felon, but I'm cool with everybody.
yeah, all
Yeah,
right,
yeah. If
for
you
sure.
want, either way,
All right,
but at least come back. At least come back here if you don't want to send me an invite. But do
I
otherwise. I'll
sent you
come
an
check
invite.
you out.
I sent you an invite.
All right, cool. I'll come check you guys out.
All right,
Yeah, watch some of those vids, man. Hey, you know what? That 200 proofs will probably put you to sleep, so you could use it that way at least for tonight. But there's there's more exciting ones that come after that.
all right.
If you ever want to use it, if you ever want to get to sleep fast, though, just put on 200 proofs, and you'll be drifting off and learning at least a little bit before
All
you
right,
actually fall asleep. All right, man. Take
all
care.
right, man.
Later. That was funny. Sorry for jumping in and pouncing on him. I got a little excited hearing him talk to you guys.
Dropping a seed.
Yeah. Is that?
It seemed like he was able to think about it at least. So that's good.
Yeah, it sounded like he was going to check those videos out. Sucks because anybody looking into this is kind of fucked from the start nowadays. You have to know the exact title of the video you're looking for, and then still, if it's flat Earth related, you're like scroll, with the exact words of the title, and you can't even find it unless you scroll tons of pages down. It sucks. It makes no sense. They should have a search, but an alternate search engine for YouTube videos that someone makes, where if you put the exact name of the video in, it'll come right to the top. Maybe they already have those.
You should have had him check out Martin Kinney's Universal Disclosure video.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I'll send it to him.
100%. I mean, a lot. He talks about a lot of different stuff in there.
Yeah, I love that video. That is a good one. Totally. I was all about Martin Kenny. I think he's like a cult leader in some crazy spiritual development getaway somewhere after the plasma event didn't happen.
It's a what do you call it? A community of people.
Mm-hmm.
They pay a lot of money to live there.
Yeah, I bet they do. He'd be a great person to be the head of a fucking cult or commune or whatever you call it. That group of people. He's so cool.
Commune.
Yeah. They always make us think those things are like, wicked and culty when they usually aren't.
As long as he's not brainwashing people.
Yeah, I think he pretty much believes what he thinks or what he says he thinks. He seems pretty earnest, but he was on TV. That's kind of makes anybody sus. If you're on like an actual Sunday morning show, I don't know. Not that it means that he's a show for sure or anything, but it does put him on the list. That's all.
What other shills are there? Like Alex Jones is a shill, but he doesn't believe in flat Earth.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hiya. there a global explanation for Senilion eclipses?
is what it is, okay? I said empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup. It becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend. This is what it is, okay? I said empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup. It becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
What engine design specs state that if the dilithium crystals weren't fractured and the test equipment used is within calibration, then the only way the engine efficiency could be below 20% would be if the articulation array was out of alignment?
Sir, the engines have been operating at less than 20% efficiency over the last duty shift.
Aye, then the only way the engines can be operating at less than 20% would be if the articulation array was out of alignment. Well, the dilithium crystals aren't fractured, and we just checked, and if the test equipment is in calibration, therefore, the articulation array must be out of alignment.
That's right. The procedure to conduct a realignment of the articulation array states that we need to remove the crystals temporarily, make sure that we haven't been at warp for more than 2 hours, and we have to first reduce power consumption by 15%.
Aye. Well, we haven't been at warp for more than 3 hours, and therefore, all we have to do is reduce power by 15%, remove the crystals, and then we can perform the realignment of the articulation frame.
Right. I'll contact the bridge to reduce power by at least 15%.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Commander.
I am very impressed. The logical arguments you two were employing were perfectly valid, and in fact, are exemplars of sound reasoning.
Why, thank you, sir.
Mr. Scott and Mr. Sulu, the reasoning you exhibited was perfectly valid. The two of you each put forth a logical argument containing 2 or more premise statements and a conclusion statement. In your arguments, the premises logically imply the conclusion. Then, in each case, you put forth evidential statements attesting to the truth of each premise in your respective arguments. Finally, you stated since your premises were true and implied your conclusions, therefore your conclusions were true. Once again, you are to be commended, gentlemen, on your perfect use of logic.
I appreciate that, Mr. Spock.
Aye, in engineering especially, proper logical reasoning is essential.
Well said, Mr. Scott. When reasoning correctly, one must use a correct form of an argument, which contains 2 or more premise statements that logically imply the concluding statement. Then, one must show that each premise is true. If this is done, the conclusion must be true. It's only logical.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave?
It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet.
What makes you think that?
I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they?
Well, I don't know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on deck 6 and 7 believed that we were.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical.
Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is the best way to find cloaked scout ships in an asteroid field.
I don't know. I always thought the pattern Sierra 1 was better.
No.
Finding cloaked ships in asteroid fields is essential if you're defending supply convoys. Sensor Suite Pattern Charlie 4 is where you set the Tetryon threshold at level 4 and the anti-lepton permissivity level at maximum. Then dial up the former as you dial down the latter. Okay. Defending convoys is very important when cloaked ships may be around, so it's best to use Sensor Suite Pattern Charlie 4 to detect any cloaked ships in asteroid fields.
Oh, I see.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ignoratio elenchi, also known as the irrelevant conclusion.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Mr. Sulu's argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion that is not pertinent and quite different from the intended or required conclusion. A valid argument is one in which a number of premise statements are presented that support the acceptance of a conclusion statement. Helmsman, your argument was invalid because your premises were irrelevant to your conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ignoratio elenchi, the irrelevant conclusion. It's only logical.
What an escape. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command of the Federation's flagship.
He's great, all right, but I don't know that he's the best.
They gave him command of the flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. Captain Kirk is the Enterprise's commander, and the Enterprise is the Federation's flagship, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Well, that proves it. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command of the Federation's flagship.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of petitio principii, also known as circular reasoning or begging the question. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy all assume a premise statement which has the same meaning as the conclusion. You essentially were saying that Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet, and assigned to Starfleet's flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. You employed circular reasoning because the phrase no other captain was as good as he is the same as saying he is the best starship captain in the fleet. Oh. Indeed. That is not to say that Captain Kirk is not the best captain in the fleet, Lieutenant. I believe he is. It's just that your argument does nothing to prove it. Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as petitio principii, or begging the question. It's only logical.
Have you heard that the landing beam in the shuttlecraft hangar deck is malfunctioning again?
No, I hadn't. It takes quite a while to repair it each time.
Yes. I wish we would stop landing the heavy shuttles on patrol first, before the scout ships.
Why?
Because every time we land the heavy shuttles before the scout ships, the landing tractor beam soon breaks down.
I don't know. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of cum hoc, ergo propter hoc. In other words, false cause, or correlation is not causality. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. An argument committing this fallacy attempts to establish a causal connection between one event and another event that just happens to occur before it. Just because one event follows another on a number of occasions does not mean that the first event caused the second. Your argument commits this fallacy and is therefore not valid. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as cum hoc ergo propter hoc, or false cause. It's only logical.
Lieutenant Clayton said we should begin the calibration of the transporter system by confirming the alignment of some of the Heisenberg compensators. That won't work. If we realign all the Heisenberg compensators, we won't finish the calibration during our shift. With all due respect to Lieutenant Clayton, we'll have to do it a different way, because his idea is all wrong. Is that right? Is that what Clayton meant? Realign all the compensators. That would take all day. Lieutenant Clayton is wrong then. The whole cal shouldn't take but 3 hours.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact,
It exhibits the straw man fallacy. In other words, misrepresenting the opposing argument.
the argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid.
Arguments employing this fallacy attack a position via a misrepresentation of the opponent's viewpoint. The straw man argument restates and often oversimplifies an opponent's position, and then attacks that hollow argument. Lieutenant Kyle, you stated that Lieutenant Clayton was wrong because he suggested realigning all of the Heisenberg compensators. In fact, Mr. Clayton's contention was that the alignment of some of the compensators should be checked. Some of them checked, not all of them realigned. The straw man argument is also a fallacy of relevance, since it fails to address the actual proposition in question. That makes sense. Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the straw man argument, or misrepresenting the opposing argument.
It's only logical.
You don't believe in the theory that protostars come from dark matter nebula explosions, do you? I believe there's evidence that supports. I heard that all the top Klingon cosmologists believe in that theory. You don't agree with the Klingons, do you? They killed Lieutenant Stevens back on Grignor 7.
I guess I shouldn't agree with him. Stevens was a friend of mine.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical.
In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ad hominem. In other words, attack the man. Or in this case, the Klingon.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid.
This fallacy attacks the character of individuals who advance a statement, instead of trying to disprove the truth of that statement. The fact that Klingon cosmologists believe in a theory does not make that theory false. Recall that Klingon engineers believe in warp propulsion theory, just as we do. That is not to say that your conclusion is not correct. It is just that your argument does nothing to prove it.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as ad hominem, or attacking the person advocating a particular idea.
It's only logical.
Get ready to take down the communication system. I'm getting ready to run the periodic calibration of the subspace translator array. Remember, the 100% frequency scan takes 6 hours.
But I thought the update to the comm system calibration procedure now only requires a bracketed duty cycle burn-in, with the system still online and functional. It's more efficient and faster. Only takes 2 hours.
No, the old way to run the cal works great. No reason to change to some untried new method. I'll just run the 100% frequency scan just like we always do. It'll be fine.
Okay. I guess you're right.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Austin, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad antiquitum, also known as appeal to tradition.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Just because something has always been done a certain way does not mean that that way is or will always be the right way. A method is not a good method just because it is an old method. Similarly, a method is not a better method just because it is a new method. Rather, a method is good only because it is sufficiently effective for the task. Over time, outdated methodologies must give way to improved techniques. Otherwise, there could be no progress.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as argumentum ad antiquitum, the appeal to tradition. It's only logical.
Chekhov, what do you think of my plan to improve security aboard ship by implementing daily searches of all low-ranking crew members for contraband?
Well, I don't think it'll work. I believe it'll be counterproductive.
How would you like to spend a week in sickbay with low-power phaser burns to your fingers? Well, or perhaps an hour in the agony booth would change your mind, eh?
Upon reflection, I think frequent searches is a great idea.
I, of course, overheard your remarks.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad baculum, also known as the appeal to force.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator Chekhov, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy is an argument where force, coercion, or the threat of force is given as a justification for accepting the conclusion.
But, sir, I only...
If I may continue. While your tactic of physical intimidation and domination of your subordinate through force are to be commended as effective means of serving the Empire's objectives, your statements are still technically a logical fallacy, since you provide no evidence that your plan to improve security aboard ship is a good one. The ad baculum argument is a special case of argumentum ad consequentium, or appeal to consequences. In this case, painful consequences.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will ensure I have valid reasons behind my security plans in the future.
That would be very advisable if you value your position and your life. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad baculum or the appeal to force. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
Why do you keep trying to restart the auxiliary power generators using the anion bypass injector method? It depletes the dilithium crystals by 50 milligrams every time.
It'll be more efficient. When you run the generator under the anion injector, it produces 3% more energy output after the first 100 hours.
But you've tried unsuccessfully to start it 5 times. All that depleted dilithium isn't worth a few percent of extra output.
Well, I'll give it a few more tries. So, how's your research into a better process to reduce carbon scoring in the reactor chambers?
Oh, I prefer an adaptive baryon collimator beam to regulate the carbon buildup. I've looked at all the tests that show it works. There's plenty of them.
What about those other beams? Cation delta ray or anti-lepton nanopulse? And are there any tests where the baryon collimator beam doesn't work?
I didn't look into those other beams. And it's probably a waste of time to check any negative test results for the baryon beam.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you are both employing is not logical. In fact, you both are exhibiting cognitive biases.
I thought we were making very good sense.
That may seem so, but bias affecting your judgment. Lieutenant Austin, when you wish to continue to start the generator via the anion bypass injector for a number of more times after 5 failures, rather than switching to another method, you are exhibiting the sunk cost fallacy. This is the phenomenon where people justify increased investment of time, money, lives, etc. in a decision based on the cumulative prior investment, despite new evidence suggesting that the cost, beginning immediately, of continuing the decision outweighs the expected benefit.
Oh, well that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, and Mr. Yeager, when researching if an adaptive baryon collimator was an effective means to regulate carbon scoring, you showed a confirmation bias, since you only sought out confirming evidence for your position, instead of equally researching contradicting evidence or looking into alternatives. This will lead you to base your decision upon information skewed toward one result over the other.
Yeah, I never realized. I should rethink my point of view.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as confirmation bias or the sunk cost fallacy. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality in judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical.
I tell you, the reason there are so many binary stars in this sector is because of the local high density of interstellar dark matter.
Really? Because of dark matter?
It must be. Chief Engineer Scott thinks that's probably the reason, and if it weren't for Commander Scott's expertise during our last encounter with the Romulans, we wouldn't be here.
Well, I guess you're correct.
I, of course, overheard your remarks.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Chief Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad verecundium, also known as appeal to authority.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Navigator, but the form of the argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of appealing to the testimony of an authority outside his special field. This is not a convincing argument because the expert, Mr. Scott, while an expert engineer, is not an expert on astrophysics, and thus his views about the prevalence of binary stars is only one person's opinion. Your argument, Mr. Sulu, commits this fallacy and is therefore invalid.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad verecundium, the appeal to authority. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
Did I hear right? Is the ship an MCON Alpha? That's right. Complete radio silence while we're within 1 parsec of the Klingon colony on Rhinax 3. But Commodore Winter needs to send his daily operating orders to the 10 star bases that are in his chain of command. We can't transmit anything. None, eh? Why don't we compromise? I need to make 10 transmissions, and you say we make none. Why don't we meet in the middle and let the Commodore send 5 messages out? I don't know. That seems to break MCON. Our positions are at extremes, so splitting the difference will give the best solution. Well, I guess so.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad temperantium, or argument to moderation, also known as the false compromise.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. The argument to moderation, or middle ground, is an informal fallacy which asserts that the truth must be found as a compromise between 2 opposite positions. Individuals making a false compromise are fallaciously asserting that the positions being considered represent extremes of a continuum of options, whereas sometimes there is only a binary choice possible. This argument is incorrect, as there are many situations where the middle ground does not achieve an acceptable outcome, such as in the case you were contemplating, that of sending any messages while in total emission control.
Thank you, Mr. Spock. Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the argument to moderation or the false compromise. It's only logical.
Well, the ionic bypass compensator flux readings have been low for 3 straight shifts. 21, 19, and 23 picocochrons. Maybe you ought to adjust circadian delta ray collimator.
Nah, the flux reading is bound to come up. The system's designed to run right around 30 picocochrons, give or take a little. The law of averages says it'll come up soon, especially since it's been below average for so long.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It cannot stay low forever.
Nope. So, how are the performance evaluations for the geology department coming, Klaus?
Almost done, Tex. Just one more to do. Lieutenant Cronin. Impressive guy.
He's the one who got the captain's award for the best time on the ship's track team, right?
Yeah, and he always keeps a neat appearance. He will get a good review, all right. No need for me to even check into his work performance.
That's right. Saves you some time.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you are both employing is not logical. In fact, you both are exhibiting cognitive biases.
I thought we were making very good sense.
That may seem so, but bias is affecting your judgment. Lieutenant Austin, when you trusted that the flux would soon return to a higher value, to make it average to the usual value, you were exhibiting the gambler's fallacy. This is a misleading belief that if something happens at a higher than average rate or value during some period, it will then happen at a lower rate or value in the future to maintain the average, or vice versa. When the occurrence is truly random, this belief, though appealing, is false. The gambler's fallacy is a particular application of the so-called law of averages. There is no such law.
Oh, well that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, and Mr. Yeager, when contemplating Mr. Cronin's performance, you exhibited the halo effect when you considered certain cosmetic and unrelated positive attributes of him, which you assumed also meant he must be competent in his geology duties, without checking his actual job performance.
Jawohl, I never realized. I shall rethink my way of doing these reviews.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as the halo effect or the gambler's fallacy. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality in judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical.
Have a cold, huh?
Yeah.
Too bad they'll never find a cure for the common cold.
What makes you say that?
Well, if they were going to find a cure for it, they would have by now. Why haven't they cured it yet? They've never found a cure, and they never will.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That's too bad.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad ignorantium, also known as arguing from ignorance.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy suggests that a proposition is true simply on the basis that it has not been proved false, or that something is false simply because it has not been proven true. Clearly, just because a problem hasn't yet been solved does not mean it will never be solved. Recall that the speed of light was long held to be impossible to exceed, but then warp drive was invented.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad ignorantium or arguing from ignorance. It's only logical.
That was a long shift. You're assigned to auxiliary control, right? Wow, have you been in the lower engineering deck lately? It's real hot. That will cause even more dilithium crystal fracturing. That's too bad. With the hostilities as they are with the Klingons, the fleet will need every crystal they can get. Yeah, they should cool down the engine room. That should slow down the fragmentation. Surely it's the high power mode that fragments the crystals. Every time the engine room, which contains the crystals, gets hot, the crystal fracturing gets worse. That's the cause, clearly. I guess that's true. But...
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the single cause, also known as the complex cause.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Single cause is an instance of the fallacy of questionable cause. It occurs when one assumes that there is a single, simple cause of an outcome, when in reality it may have been caused by a number of only jointly sufficient causes. Individuals making this fallacious argument are ignoring additional causal factors to the outcome. In the case you are discussing, the actual cause of the fracturing of the dilithium crystals is operating the warp engines at high power mode, which we do when we are above warp factor 6. High power mode also causes the engine room to heat up, so you see both the fracturing and the heating were caused by high power mode, which was caused by high speed. All causes must be considered, Ensign Walking Bear, or the argument to cause is invalid.
Thank you, Mr. Spock. Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the single cause fallacy. It's only logical.
Ensign Gert has colic. As a Tellurite, that's a serious condition.
Yeah, but I bet Dr. McCoy will treat him successfully.
He's a great surgeon. I wonder what surgical technique is the best to restore full functioning of the Tellurite quad stomach after a bout of colic.
I don't know. Surgery is tricky. I'm not sure what surgical procedure is best.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of complex question, also known as the false dilemma.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. This is the fallacy of phrasing a question that, by the way it is worded, assumes something not contextually granted, assumes something not true, or assumes a false dichotomy. Your argument assumes a false dichotomy. Asking what surgical technique is best assumes the proposition that the needed technique is a surgical one. Ensign Gert's colic might be treated by medicine or a change of diet.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as complex question or the false dilemma. It's only logical.
Any luck finding who made off with the Grignor 7 artifact from the chem lab?
Oh yes, it was Ensign Stevens. He's in the agony booth right now.
He was caught with the item?
Not exactly. The stolen artifact was found in the corridor on Deck 5 by the crew quarters, obviously dropped by him in his haste to get away from my security forces. It must be Stevens. What's more likely, that the thief's cabin was on Deck 5, or that his cabin was on Deck 5 and he was part of the staff of the chem lab?
That he worked in the chem lab and lived on Deck 5, of course.
Stevens is a chemist. A lot of the chem staff have cabins on Deck 5, including Stevens. It's got to be him.
I guess so.
I, of course, overheard your remarks.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Security Chief, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the conjunction fallacy.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator Chekhov, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy occurs when it is assumed that specific conditions are more probable than a single general one.
But sir, I only...
If I may continue. The probability of the thief living on Deck 5 and being a chemist is clearly less than the probability that he just lives on Deck 5, because the set of chemists living on Deck 5 is obviously a subset of all the inhabitants of Deck 5. What occurs with the conjunction fallacy is that in the presence of uncertainty, when attempting to determine the probability of an option, persons substitute what is more plausible with what is more probable, since it fits the story better. This is the error you two were making, due to Deck 5 having so many chemist cabins on it.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will use better judgment in the future.
That would be advisable, and you may wish to release Stevens from the agony booth until his guilt is better established.
Right away, sir.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the conjunction fallacy. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
The captain said that tensions are so high that if we discover that the Federation colony on Apollo 3 was destroyed by the Klingons, there will be war between the Federation and the Empire.
I know. That was a daunting possibility. But the survey landing party just returned. They're pretty sure the colony was actually wiped out by a collision with a passing comet.
Well, that's great news. Now we won't be going to war with the Klingons.
What? How can you say that?
Well, The captain said that if the colony on Apollo 3 was attacked by the Klingons, there'd be war for sure. But they didn't attack the colony, so no war.
Okay, yeah. It's too bad about the colony, but at least we know there won't be war.
Yeah, I was getting worried.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the inverse, also known as denying the antecedent.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Denying the antecedent is a formal fallacy of inferring the inverse from the original statement. It is committed by reasoning in the form, if P, then Q. Therefore, if not P, then not Q. The invalidity of arguments with this form is most readily demonstrated by forming a counterexample with true premises, but an obviously false conclusion, such as, if you are traveling at warp speed, then you are aboard a starship. You are not traveling at warp speed, therefore you are not aboard a starship. Consequently, just because the Klingons weren't responsible for destroying the Apollo 3 colony does not mean that the current tensions won't still ultimately lead to war for some other reason.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as denying the antecedent or the inverse fallacy. It's only logical.
So, you have the flu, huh?
Not sure. I wish Dr. McCoy would see me soon. This sore throat is really bad.
No need to wait for the doc. You've got a flu, all right.
What makes you say that?
Well, when you have the flu, you'll get a sore throat. Since you clearly have a sore throat, you must have the flu.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Hope it won't last too long.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of affirming the consequent, also known as the fallacy of the converse.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Affirming the consequent is the formal fallacy of inferring the converse from the original statement. Arguments employing this error have the general form, if P, then Q. Q, therefore, P. In your statement, you suggest if one has the flu, then they have a sore throat. Given that they have a sore throat, therefore, they have the flu. But having the flu is clearly not the only cause of a sore throat, since many conditions can lead to throat irritation, such as the common cold, tonsillitis, strep throat, or simply straining your voice.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as affirming the consequent or the fallacy of the converse. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. The Binghamton has entered our sector and is signaling us to coordinate the transfer of medical supplies.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. Tell them I'll speak to them from the bridge. I'm on my way. Let's go, Bones.
Well, the Tellarite colony on Arpod 4 will definitely be able to use our supplies. That attack wiped out their main supply depot.
I just can't believe that Andorian forces would openly attack the Tellarites like that. It makes no sense. I know their ambassadors argue a lot, but how could one actually invade the other?
But both governments have claimed all the colony worlds along the Hundlei Expanse since they were discovered a decade ago.
It's just impossible. Invasion by the Andorians? Common sense says they wouldn't attack just like that. Argue and bluster during negotiations? Maybe. Or even threaten. But invade with ground forces? Never.
It is surprising. Maybe there's some mistake, huh?
There must be some mistake.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it is an argument from incredulity, or an appeal to common sense. A logical fallacy.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. An appeal to common sense asserts that because something is so incredible or difficult to imagine, it must be wrong. Arguments from incredulity happen when people make their inability to comprehend or make sense of a concept their argument. Nurse Chapel, you employed this fallacy when you stated the very idea that Andorians could actually invade the Tellarite colony was ridiculous, and thus was not to be believed. The fact that any one of us cannot conceive of a particular occurrence does not make that event or phenomenon impossible. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of relying on what we believe or feel.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the argument from incredulity or the appeal to common sense. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. The Enterprise has arrived at Hermes 2.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. Assume standard orbit. I'm on my way. Let's go, Scotty. Aye.
So what do you think happened to the colonists that went missing after the attack by that Andorian marauder? 3 of the missing colonists were children. I hope they're okay.
They're probably hiding somewhere safe and sound. It would be horrible if they were killed. They must be safe.
Maybe the reason they haven't been found yet is because they're buried under the rubble.
That couldn't be. Imagine those poor kids dead. They have to be safe and just waiting for our search party to find them.
I guess you're right. I hope the rescuers find them soon.
Me too.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it is an appeal to emotion, a logical fallacy.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. An appeal to emotion is a type of argument which attempts to arouse the emotions of its audience in order to gain acceptance of its conclusion. Emotion is not always out of place in logical thinking. However, because strong emotions can subvert rational thought, playing upon emotions in an argument is often fallacious. Appeals to emotion are always fallacious when intended to influence our beliefs. Nurse Chapel, you employ this fallacy when you stated the missing colonists, particularly the children, must be alive because the thought of them dead was horrible. In doing so, you were appealing to Yeoman Rand's desire for a positive outcome. The fact that we desire something to be true gives not the slightest reason to believe it. Just as the fact that we fear something being true is no reason to think it false.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best, but I too hope they are all safe. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as an appeal to emotion. It's only logical. Mr. Thrax, Please ensure the partial pressure of argon in cell J14 is increased by 15%.
Understood, sir.
I tell you, Cyrano, my good man, as far as duping convincing a customer, it is always best to prey on their greed. It always pays off, don't you know?
I find that leveraging upon their sympathy works better.
No, CJ. Greed. Greed is much more effective. Better than any other emotion, sir.
Harry, I would say using their own honesty against them is also an excellent ploy. Or how about preying on their weaknesses? These have worked for me.
Cyrano, you are a fair merchant, sir, but you must listen to me about this. Each person's desire for profit is the biggest motivator. Greed.
Oh, all right then. Greed, I guess. Okay.
Yes, greed always wins out. Greed, my good sir. Greed.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad nauseum, also known as the argument from repetition.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of stating a position repeatedly until one's opponent gives in and accepts the argument or simply walks away. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you stated that a salesman should use a person's greed against them over and over again without addressing any of Mr. Jones's attempted refutations of your point. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual support of those premises, instead of simply stating and restating your position over and over again until your listener gives in.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad nauseum, or the argument from repetition. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. All departments report ready to begin helm and navigation calibration maneuvers.
Acknowledged, Mr. Sulu. We'll begin at 1400 hours. I'm on my way. Let's go, Chekhov.
Aye, sir.
So how is that new medical technician working out? Everett, right?
Oh, I sent him back right away. He had transferred from Computer Systems Division.
Oh, okay. So you didn't even give him a try?
Nope. Those computer guys are never nurturing enough.
Why do you say that?
I've had 2 med techs from Computer Systems before. Tipton last year and Ali back in March. They didn't work out. Just not very empathetic.
Okay then. Well, maybe you should look for med techs from engineering, or perhaps security department next time?
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it employs the fallacy of insufficient sample, also known as the hasty generalization, or colloquially, as jumping to a conclusion.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. The fallacy of insufficient sample is an informal fallacy of faulty generalization by which a person reaches an inductive generalization based on insufficient evidence, essentially making a rushed conclusion without considering all of the variables. Nurse Chapel, you employed this fallacy when you stated that former computer systems technicians make poor medtechs because they are not nurturing enough, after noting that 2 previous transfers, Tipton and Ali, were insufficiently empathetic. While inferring a rule from the examining of examples is the hallmark of inductive reasoning, one must take care to ensure that the examples are sufficient to represent all instances and that they are not special cases. Likely, technicians Tipton and Ali were not compassionate enough because of their upbringing or their respective cultural norms, not because of a general rule that computer systems personnel are all that way.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best, and perhaps give Everett another chance.
Oh, of course.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the fallacy of insufficient sample or making a hasty generalization. It's only logical. Mr. Gerd, please determine the feasibility of placing the occupants of cells J4 and J5 into one cell.
I will look into that, sir.
It was infernally annoying being held prisoner by all those androids, Cyrano. Especially because androids are inherently inferior to human beings, don't you know? In every way.
Oh, really? Inferior? Why do you say that?
But of course they're inferior, my good sir. It goes without argument. They simply are.
I may agree with you, but exactly why do you think they are?
They're intrinsically not as good as people. That's just the way it is and always will be.
Oh, all right then. I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ipse dixit.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of dogmatically expressing an opinion as if it were indisputable fact. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you stated without proof that androids are inferior to humans in all ways. You further stated that it was true because that's the way things are. Such unsupported assertions are not valid arguments, since they provide no proof of their contentions. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual support of those premises, instead of simply stating a conclusion and expecting it to be accepted as somehow intrinsic.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ipse dixit, also known as the fallacy of the bare assertion. It's only logical. Lieutenant Jacaro, please prepare for the release of the occupant of cell K7.
Yes, sir. I will take care of that right away.
Hattie, I find that small, valuable items such as spick and flame gems or flasks of Antarian glow water are excellent items to sell.
Ah, Cyrano, why do you say that?
Well, because everyone thinks that they are. Ask any person and he'll agree that small, valuable items are excellent items to sell.
You are wrong there, Cyrano. You are using the ad populum fallacy by saying everyone knows that small items are excellent trade goods.
That's a logical fallacy. So you are wrong, sir.
So, small, valuable items aren't excellent trade goods?
No, they cannot be good products to trade in, my good man. Your argument was invalid. Thus, your conclusion can't be true. Simple logic, sir.
Oh, all right then. I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the argument from fallacy, also known as the bad reasons fallacy.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the formal fallacy of analyzing an argument and inferring that, since it contains a fallacy, its conclusion must be false. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you rejected Mr. Jones's conclusion that small valuable items are excellent trade goods, because he fallaciously reasoned that everyone thought they were. However, fallacious arguments can arrive at true conclusions, so even though he did not prove his conclusion, you did not disprove it either, especially since you gave no argument other than stating that his argument was incorrect.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Fred Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the argument from fallacy, or the bad reasons fallacy. It's only logical.
I can't believe that chemistry section won the efficiency award.
Why? They improved efficiency by 21%. Your section improved by 19%.
Yes, but we lost. They won.
You should be happy that both sections improved efficiency by so much over last quarter. Plus,
But our section lost the competition.
Plus, your astronomy section also increased efficiency by almost as much. That's really good for the ship.
If our improvement were only a bit better, we would have won.
Well, that's true, but...
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Jacaro, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting a cognitive bias.
I thought he was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Mr. Thrax, but bias is affecting his judgment. Mr. Jacaro, when you expressed your displeasure at losing the competition for most efficient section in the science department, you showed a zero-sum bias since you were thinking that the competition was like a race in which there was one winner with all the others being losers. Zero-sum bias is a cognitive bias that manifests when people tend to intuitively judge that a situation is zero-sum, that is, one winner and one loser, even when this is not the case. Mr. Jacaro, you exhibited the zero-sum bias when you stated your section's losing of the efficiency competition was a bad thing, when in reality both departments increased efficiency, albeit one section saw a greater increase in efficiency than the other. Crew efficiency is not a relay race. Zero-sum bias sees the situation as win-lose, when it may be possible to be win-win.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as the zero-sum bias. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality and judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical. Mr. Alico, please ensure that the personal effects for the occupant of cell M7 are forwarded to Centauri Prime.
Yes, right away, sir.
Harry, are you certain?
Yes, CJ. I think the merchants from Federation planets should have their cargo inspected upon entering Federation space.
Oh, I thought you had previously said that merchants from non-Federation worlds shouldn't have to submit their cargo for inspection.
You are correct there, Cyrano. They shouldn't have to.
So, Federation-based merchants should undergo inspection, but not those from non-Federation worlds?
Indubitably, sir.
I guess so. Doesn't seem fair, though.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacious reasoning practice of the double standard.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the informal fallacy of applying a double standard. Mr. Mudd, you employ this biased and unjust reasoning practice in which hypocritical, biased, and/or unfair attitudes are used, whereby different sets of principles are applied for situations that are in principle the same. When two or more people, groups, organizations, circumstances, or events are treated differently, even though they should be treated the same, it is considered improper reasoning. Having a double standard is not fair because two different standards are applied to two different groups.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit improper reasoning practices, such as applying an unfair double standard. It's only logical.
Lieutenant Commander Stevens thinks that a larger percentage of the prize money given out after captured ships are plundered by the Empire should be given to the department that discovered the opportunity.
That's Stevens. In his eyes, the old way of distributing prize money to members of the ship's crew, according to rank, wasn't good enough. No, Stevens favors the new way because most of the time, it is his intelligence department that discovers new conquest opportunities.
So, Stevens thinks that maybe a greater share should go to the section of the crew that identified the potential prize in the first place. That seems fair.
Sure he does. His department of spies stands to make a huge profit most of the time. Stevens is transparent.
Well, I guess you're right.
I, of course, overheard your remarks.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Chief Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the appeal to motive, or arguing that there's a vested interest.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator, but the form of the argument is invalid. The appeal to motive seeks to refute an opposing arguer's contention, simply on the basis that the arguer may benefit in some way from their contention being adopted.
But sir, I only...
If I may continue. The fact that a person may gain a benefit from a situation does not mean that any case they make for that situation is necessarily in error. When reasoning correctly, Chief Sulu, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of simply dismissing the opposing argument because the opponent may have a vested interest. The appeal to motive is also a fallacy of relevance since it fails to address the actual proposition in question. Your argument, Mr. Sulu, commits this fallacy and is therefore invalid.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will use better judgment in the future.
That would be advisable. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the appeal to motive or suggesting there's a vested interest. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
All right, you all have your orders.
Captain, we've just achieved standard orbit of Ouroboros 2. All decks report ready to begin the operation.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. We'll begin at 1400 hours. I'm on my way. Let's go, Uhura.
Yes, sir.
Captain Kirk, what a leader, in charge of the entire ship and crew. We should all take turns commanding the ship.
How come?
It would be great if we could all lead crew, wouldn't it?
I guess. But wouldn't we risk failing a mission? Because only the senior command staff is qualified to be the leader.
It doesn't matter. Each of us being a leader would be amazing. Imagine that.
I guess so. It would be exciting.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact,
It exhibits the fallacy of wishful thinking, or unrealistic optimism.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
that may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid.
Wishful thinking is the formation of beliefs and making decisions according to what might be pleasing to imagine, instead of by appealing to rationality, evidence, or reality. It is a product of resolving conflicts between belief and desire, in addition to being a cognitive bias and a poor way of making decisions. Wishful thinking is commonly held to be a specific informal fallacy in an argument when it is assumed that because we wish something to be true or false, it is actually true or false. This fallacy has the form, I wish that P were true or false. Therefore, P is true or false.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as wishful thinking or unrealistic optimism.
it's only logical.
We should change to 4 shifts per day instead of 3.
Why do you say that?
3 shifts a day would be better. Safety aboard ship is key and should never be sidelined even for personnel staffing decisions.
Safety, huh? Yeah, that's important. But what does that have to do with the number of shifts?
That's right. 3 shifts instead of 4. You can't compromise safety.
I guess you're right.
I'll mention it to the department head when we get back to the ship.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Jacaro, is not logical.
In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the red herring, also known as a diversionary tactic.
I thought he was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Mr. Thrax, but the form of the argument is invalid. Red herrings are statements mentioned in an argument that mislead or distract from a relevant or important issue. As an informal fallacy, the red herring falls into a broad class of relevance fallacies. Unlike the straw man, which is premised on a distortion of the other party's position, the red herring is a seemingly plausible, though ultimately irrelevant, diversionary tactic. The fallacy is due to the fact that the misleading or distractionary statements used within the argument are not relevant to the issue being discussed, and therefore not valid premises.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the red herring fallacy, which is a diversionary tactic.
it's only logical. Lieutenant Gam, please verify that the Navigation Department provides an updated course to the homeworld of the occupant of Cell H2 prior to his release.
Yes, Mr. Spock. I'll take care of that right away.
So, Cyrano, you're back from sickbay. What did the good doctor have to say about your heart?
Dr. McCoy said I have to make sure and get plenty of rest after my heart surgery. He emphasized that medicine can only go so far.
I don't think that's true, Cyrano. The body in medical terms is very much like a machine. You have to give the proper fuel. To keep it running, you have to replace worn-out parts, or repair those parts. But where do you improve any machine by letting it sit idle?
Well, I don't know about that, but he stressed that getting plenty of rest was crucial if I was to get back to full health.
That's nonsense, Cyrano. You don't rest a machine to make it run better.
I guess that's right. But,
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the false analogy, or the fallacy of the incorrect comparison.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. A false analogy is an incorrect application of the valid reasoning method of reasoning via analogy. Analogies are commonly used for illustrative purposes to make a complex process or idea easier to understand. Correct analogical reasoning draws a comparison on the basis of what is known and proceeds to assume that the unknown parts may also be similar. The fallacy consists in assuming that because two things are alike in one or more respects, they are necessarily alike in some other respect, with that added aspect going beyond the apt comparison that prompted the analogy. Further, analogies become false or faulty when they are thus overextended or presented as conclusive proof. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you suggested that because the body was in some respects like a machine, and since one does not repair a machine by resting it, one should also not need to rest a body to recuperate. But the analogy breaks down, since machines are incapable of healing as human bodies can, and that healing is aided by rest and lack of exertion.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the faulty analogy or the false comparison. It's only logical.
Serving on board a starship sure provides ample opportunity for real space exploration.
I'm interested in rogue planets. They're exceedingly rare, especially ones with an atmosphere.
It's amazing, isn't it, that we've come across a rogue planet drifting through the sector.
Yeah, and did you hear? There are animals living on that rogue planet.
Really? I know there's a survey team running scans on the surface, but I hadn't heard that.
Well, they detected there's life down there, and some life forms are animals.
Huh? I guess that makes sense.
I know. Imagine that. Animals on a rogue planet.
How amazing.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the formal fallacy of the undistributed middle, a syllogistic fallacy.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. The undistributed middle is a formal fallacy that is committed when the middle term in a categorical syllogism is not distributed in either the minor premise or the major premise. According to the rules of logic, a term is distributed when a sentence says something about everything the term designates. In the argument, all horses have 4 legs, and all dogs have 4 legs. Therefore, all horses are dogs. Both horses and dogs are 4-legged, but no statement was made about the whole class of 4-legged beings. Mr. Walking Bear, you made the same error when you stated that since life was detected on the planet, that life was animal life. Your argument went thus: there are life forms on the planet. Some life forms are animals. Therefore, the life on the planet is animal life. That is incorrect reasoning.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the formal fallacy of the undistributed middle. It's only logical.
What do you think about giving prisoners in the ship's brig more than 1 meal a day?
I'm against it. If they are given more food per day, then next they'll want weekends off, and then conjugal visits with their wives. No, I'm against it.
But the doctor says they're having health issues because they're only eating once a day. It doesn't seem unreasonable to give them 2 meals a day, does it?
It is unreasonable. If we give prisoners 2 meals a day this week, then next week they're going to ask for even more privileges, and by the week after next, they will be running the ship. No, they are prisoners and they only get 1 meal a day.
Well, I guess you're right.
I, of course, overheard your remarks. Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Chief Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the slippery slope.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator, but the form of the argument is invalid. The slippery slope fallacy occurs when a party asserts that a relatively small first step will undoubtedly lead to a chain of related events culminating in some significant, usually negative, effect. But sir, I only... If I may continue... The core of the slippery slope argument is the contention that a specific decision under debate is likely to result in unintended consequences. Chief Sulu, you committed this fallacy when you held that even allowing a second meal to prisoners would be more than enough to consequentially lead to very bad results.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will use better judgment in the future. That would be advisable. And Navigator Chekhov, regardless of any slippery slope considerations, the prisoner rations will not be increased, because they are prisoners and they are being punished.
Yes, sir.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the slippery slope. It's only logical. Return to your duties. The artifacts you've uncovered prove that these ruins do belong to the lost civilization of Paralon. Lieutenant Ress, run scans of the twisted wreckage of that ancient anti-gravity building to the east. We still have no idea what caused this empire's collapse.
Yes, Mr. Spock. I think they should change the settings on the inertial dampers. We really got shook up during that last ion storm on our way here.
Oh, that mild buffeting? That was nothing. It could have been much worse.
Yes, but it's still a good idea to adjust the dampers. Less buffeting equals less damage and injuries.
The shaking was not as bad as what we experienced on the Scout Hermes during my midshipman cruise. Oh my, now that was real shaking.
Is that so? Well, I guess it could have been worse.
That's for sure. Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The reasoning you are employing, Mr. Sulu, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting the fallacy of not as bad as, also known as the fallacy of relative privation.
His suggestions seem to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of his argument is invalid. The tactic of not as bad as is an informal fallacy in which one dismisses an argument due to what are perceived to be more important problems. Mr. Sulu, you employed this fallacy when you ignored Ensign Chekhov's argument in favor of adjusting the inertial dampeners by simply stating that the shaking was not as bad as it might be. You did not refute that the shaking may be severe enough to require the dampeners to be adjusted. Thus, you committed a fallacy of relevance since you did not address his position at all. The problem with the fallacy of relative privation, or not as bad as, is that it ignores the opponent's argument, which may be valid, in favor of a viewpoint that, even if their position were valid, it is not worthy of discussing in light of how good the current situation is compared to some worst-case scenario.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as not as bad as, or the fallacy of relative privation. It's only logical. Mr. Leslie, it is of paramount importance that the occupant of cell D2 does not escape. Increase the security contingent to 3 full-time guards until further notice.
Yes, Commander. I'll see to it personally, sir.
Excellent. Carry on.
I think that the new Orion Syndicate should never become involved in armed conflicts, sir.
What if the situation is a dire emergency? Like if a group of people are in immediate danger of being taken over by the dictator?
It doesn't matter. The Syndicate has reformed their old ways and shouldn't get involved. There's no reason.
Of course there are reasons. Aside from being conquered by a dictator, there's famine or medical emergencies during wars. You have to agree that trade organizations will always need to get involved in wars to ensure freedom and combat famine and medical emergencies.
I don't agree. They never should. Never, sir.
You're wrong. How will the Syndicate deal with those situations without becoming involved with war?
I don't have to explain. I'm entitled to my opinion. Everyone has the right to their own opinion, sir.
Yes, of course. But what about...
You have your viewpoint, and I have mine.
Well, I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, you are resting on your right to an opinion instead of putting forth an argument for your contention.
But I don't have to explain my opinion.
Yes, you do, if you expect to engage in reasonable discourse about a particular controversy. I'm entitled to my opinion is a logical fallacy in which a person discredits any opposition by claiming that they are entitled to their own opinion. This logical fallacy is often presented as, let's agree to disagree. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of simply dismissing the opposing argument because you have an opposing viewpoint. The I am entitled to my opinion fallacy is also a fallacy of relevance since it fails to address the actual proposition in question.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as, I'm entitled to my opinion, or let's agree to disagree. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Captain, we've just achieved standard orbit of Ouroboros 2. All decks report ready to begin the operation.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. We'll begin at 1400 hours. I'm on my way. Let's go, Chekhov.
Aye, sir.
Another search for dilithium crystals. I'm just certain someone will invent an unlimited source of energy.
Why do you say that?
It would solve the reliance of Starfleet on rare dilithium crystals.
But can someone really invent that?
Sure, just think of all the problems that would be solved by limitless energy.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Of course, just think. Unlimited energy.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad consequentium, also known as appeal to consequences.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. Appeal to consequences is an argument that concludes that a hypothesis, typically a belief, is either true or false based on whether the premise leads to desirable or undesirable consequences. This is based on an appeal to emotion and is a type of informal fallacy, since the desirability of a premise's consequences does not make the premise true. The appeal to consequences fallacy does not apply to arguments that address a premise's consequential desirability, good or bad, right or wrong, instead of its truth value. Therefore, an argument asserting that one method is better than another because it is better at achieving the desired results or consequences may be valid if data is used to show the efficaciousness of the method. But this exception was not the case for your argument, Nurse Chapel, as you were clearly making an appeal to the happy outcome of unlimited energy.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad consequentium or the appeal to consequences. It's only logical.
I hear you're doing the geology surveys of the planet's surfaces differently, Hans.
Yeah. We're surveying the high altitude sections first, and then the lower areas and valleys afterwards.
Why is that? Is that a better way than the old way of surveying in a circular pattern around a central position?
Yes, it's better. I heard about it from a colleague on Starbase 12. It's a new improved way of doing things.
So I guess it yields better results or makes the survey take less time?
Well, I'm sure it's an improvement over the old method of planetary surveys. It's the new way of performing geology scans. Everyone is doing it this way now.
Oh, okay then. I see.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Yeager, is not logical. In fact, it commits the fallacy of argumentum ad novitatum, also known as appeal to novelty.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Mr. Austin, but the form of his argument is invalid. Just because some new method has been devised does not necessarily mean that that way is the best way. Mr. Yeager, a method is not a good method just because it is a new method. Similarly, a method is not a better method just because it is an old method. A method is good only because it is sufficiently effective for the task. For there to be progress, of course new methods must be devised, but they must be proved to be effective, or better than existing methods, for them to be adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yeah, I never realized. I should rethink my point of view.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad novitatum, or the appeal to novelty. It's only logical.
Breaking into teams of two is the best way to explore a potentially dangerous region.
No, breaking into pairs isn't the best way. You like breaking into teams of two because you always want to go off alone with Sulu.
You always want to pair off with him because you want to learn all his best tactical maneuvers.
What? I may like learning from Helmsman Sulu about defending the ship, but that's beside the point. Breaking into teams is best because it allows us to form multiple teams to explore more of the area, and it affords some safety, since no one will be alone.
There you are again. Always with the pairing off.
Well, I thought it was the best way.
It's not.
Okay.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Jacarl, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting bulverism, also known as the identity fallacy, a logical fallacy of relevance.
I thought he was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Mr. Thrax, but the form of the argument is invalid. The method of bulverism is to assume that your opponent is wrong, and then explaining his or her error. The bulverist assumes a speaker's argument is invalid or false, and then explains why the speaker came to make that mistake, attacking the speaker or the speaker's motive. Bulverism is a fallacy of relevance, in which one accuses an argument of being wrong on the basis of the arguer's identity or motive, but these are strictly speaking irrelevant to the argument's validity or truth.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as bulverism or the identity fallacy. It's only logical.
Looks like a number of the crew have taken shore leave on Rymar too, before they found out that a deadly toxin there affected humans.
Yes, Dr. McCoy just developed a test to determine if someone is infected by the Rymarian toxin. Luckily, only 1 in 1,000 humans are susceptible to the toxin.
That's great. How accurate is the test?
The test has a false positive rate of 5% and no chance of false negative.
Oh, good.
Oh, did you hear? Ensign Joe Stevens tested positive.
Oh, that's too bad. The test is 95% accurate, so he probably has to undergo the painful detox process.
Oh, poor Joe.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting base rate neglect, a cognitive bias.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but bias is affecting his judgment. Base rate neglect is when people, if presented with related base rate information such as general information on prevalence and specific information such as information pertaining only to a specific case, people tend to ignore the base rate in favor of the individuating information rather than correctly integrating the two. Mr. Erickson, even though Ensign Stevens tested positive for the toxin, given the low rate of susceptibility to the toxin, 1 in 1,000, and the 5% false positive rate, he only has about a 2% chance of actually being positive for the toxin, for a test that otherwise appears to be 95% accurate.
Wow, really?
Yes, this is a counterintuitive result, wherein lies the fallacy. Consider if the toxin had a much higher rate of susceptibility, say 40%. We would then expect 400 persons out of 1,000 to actually have the toxin, and 600 persons without. Given the same 95% accurate test, we would expect 5% of those without the toxin to test positive. That's 5% of 600, or 30 individuals. Now, the probability of actually having the toxin is given by dividing the number of persons with the toxin, 400, by the number testing positive, which is 400 plus the 30 false positives. This gives 93% as the chance of actually having the toxin after testing positive for it. In this case, the result is intuitive, given the 95% accurate test. The problem comes when applying this type of intuition to the case with a very low susceptibility as compared to the false positive rate. With 1 person in 1,000 being affected, that leaves 999 without the toxin. We would expect 5% of the 999, or about 50 false positives. Stevens' chance of having the toxin after testing positive is thus 1 divided by 1 plus 50, giving about 2%.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, One must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as base rate neglect. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality and judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical.
I do appreciate getting away from the confines of the ship when we are on away missions like this.
Yes, and getting to pilot these shuttles is even better. I remember how happy I was when I qualified as a shuttle pilot back on Stardate 1573.2.
Yeah. Oh, did you hear? Ensign Stevens failed the shuttle pilot qualification board for the third time. They only let you try 3 times.
Oh, that's terrible. Stevens really hoped to become head shuttle pilot on the Enterprise one day. He devoted so much time and effort to studying as a pilot. They should still let him fly shuttles anyways.
Well, I heard he fails each time because he doesn't operate the shuttle safely, flying too fast or missing obstacles just barely due to his reckless and undisciplined maneuvering. Captain Kirk thinks Stevens should stay in Security Division.
Maybe Stevens is not as safe as he could be, but they should still let him fly shuttlecraft. I mean, he's been trying for this for several months, plus he always wanted to be a pilot ever since he was a young boy. He'll be devastated.
I don't know. Safety's important, but he will be really disappointed.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Jacaro, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad misericordiam, also known as the appeal to pity.
I thought he was making pretty good sense.
That may be so, Mr. Thrax, but the form of the argument is invalid. The appeal to pity is a special kind of appeal to emotion, in which one tries to win support for an argument or idea by exploiting one's opponent's feelings of pity or guilt. Mr. Jacaro, you committed this fallacy when you hoped to convince Mr. Thrax that Ensign Stevens should be given the shuttle pilot qualification by reminding him how sad Stevens would be if he didn't become a pilot. The appeal to pity is also a fallacy of relevance because arguments of this kind provide no evidence for the arguer's contention, instead only invoking a feeling to sway their opponent to their side.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I will endeavor to use better reasoning in the future.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad misericordiam, or the appeal to pity. It's only logical. Spock to Enterprise.
Enterprise? Kyle here.
Beam down successful. I am heading to rendezvous with the search team. We will beam back in 3 hours unless we detect any evidence of the lost colony ship Ulysses that sent us that distress signal.
Understood, Commander Spock. Transporter room is standing by.
Very well. Spock out.
Once this search is over, we're heading to Wrigley's Pleasure Planet. We'll be there in 3 days.
Excellent. So, Ricardo, how do you think we should determine which crew sections should go on Shirley first? We change how we decide each qualitative. Last time we based it on average crew performance ratings.
Oh, we already held an informal poll of the crew. The consensus was that engineering section should go first.
Is that so? I didn't hear about that poll. When was it held?
Last night at 0200 hours, during the graveyard shift. A whopping 74% of the whole ship's crew voted for engineering section to get shore leave first.
That doesn't seem very fair. Almost a third of the crew were asleep and couldn't contribute their opinion. Plus, since we damaged the vault drive last week, engineering has been working around the clock making repairs.
And?
Well, everyone knows that the majority of staff on graveyard shift recently are engineers working in the engineering hall.
What difference does that make? A poll was sent out last night to all the crew, and the votes were collected.
Well, I guess that's right.
Excuse me, gentlemen, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you are employing, Mr. Sulu, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting cherry-picking, also known as the fallacy of incomplete evidence.
His suggestions seem to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of his reasoning is fallacious. Cherry-picking is the act of pointing to individual cases or data that seem to confirm a particular position, while ignoring a significant portion of related and similar cases or data that may contradict that position. Mr. Sulu, you employed this fallacy when you supported polling the crew at a time when the majority of the crew would be engineers working the graveyard shift. This is not a representative sample, so the results would favor or cherry-pick the engineering department over the rest of the other ship's departments.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as cherry-picking or the fallacy of incomplete evidence. It's only logical.
What a long shift. I can't wait to get off this afternoon. Lieutenant Briel and I are going to make some popcorn in my quarters and watch an old-style movie double feature.
You're not going to stay in your cabin for hours, are you? Dr. Chiefau has told the crew that we should limit our time in enclosed chambers to no more than 37 minutes at a time.
Really? I know that Chiefau is here for 2 weeks as part of the Space Doctor Exchange program while Dr. McCoy is on one of his people's Grazerite ships, but that's a strange policy.
Oh, Dr. Chiefau was adamant about it. He quoted his people's medical guidelines against being cooped up.
You have to understand, Paul. A lot of Chiefau's ideas are based upon his peoples having descended from savanna-dwelling herbivores. They're a naturally claustrophobic culture, fearing enclosed spaces.
But he's a doctor. He said it is a proven fact that it's unhealthy to be within enclosed spaces for longer than absolutely necessary. You should really follow the science.
People have lived in enclosed spaces throughout history. Look at the Earth colony on New Reykjavik. Due to the freezing temperatures, the colonists have to stay 98% of the time in small caves. And they often live to 120.
Well, Dr. Chiefau absolutely mandates that everyone in the crew stay out of small rooms, like our cabins. He's a trained doctor, Lieutenant. Science is science.
I know, but you have to...
Dr. Chiefau wouldn't say it if it wasn't scientifically valid.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, you are exhibiting equivocation, an informal fallacy of ambiguity.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. The fallacy of equivocation occurs when a key term or phrase in an argument is used in an ambiguous way, with the term taking one meaning in one portion of the argument and another meaning in the other portion. Mr. Erickson, you committed this fallacy when you used the term science in 2 different ways. In one case, you meant science, the discipline learned by doctors, which is the application of the scientific method, namely, verifying or rejecting a new theory based upon experimentation. You then went on to indicate that science also refers to the pronouncements of scientific practitioners, such as doctors, so that it was science when doctors declared a policy or imposed a mandate. Both of these disparate definitions are valid. The problem of equivocation comes when the 2 differing definitions for the same term are used within the same logical context, and assuming the 2 definitions are equivalent.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes. Dr. Chiefau is a doctor and a man of science. However, just because a scientist believes Proposition X does not mean that if the scientific method were applied to X, that it would necessarily show X to be valid. Doctors are scientists, but they are also human, and subject to preferring outcomes that meet their cultural, political, or ideological alignment or agenda. Thus, the opinions of scientists are not necessarily good science.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as equivocation, a form of ambiguity. It's only logical.
Well, not many people in here. Hello. Anybody know? Python's so real. Can you talk? Can't see any of your rolls, so I don't know if you have a roll to talk or not. So, anyway, guess I'll shut up. The Earth is not a spinning ball in outer space, as you may have been taught. Curious about that? Come in to discuss, please. Thank you.
Anybody got some irrefutable globe proof? Anybody?
No, it's not.
Yep, it's working.
Fresh out of globe proof.
Mm. Darn it! I was
Been looking for like
Uh-huh.
7.5 years and have not spotted any. Sorry to report.
Man. I was hoping to bake a good cake or something with that globe proof. I don't know. I don't know.
Beautiful day here in Kentucky, 75 degrees, sun shining. All is good.
Beautimus.
It's a great day to make this shitty place better somehow. That's all we can do, right?
75 is that's a good temperature. It's nice and comfortable.
Yeah. I'm actually about to go inside a grocery store, so my mic should work for a while here. No masks have been spotted so far as I'm entering a grocery store. It's a good thing.
That's really good. I don't understand the people who still choose to wear it voluntarily for no apparent reason. Because there is no apparent reason.
They just choose to suffocate themselves for some weird reason. I don't know. Human behavior is a weird thing, isn't it?
It is.
Especially when they're unduly influenced by nefarious forces.
It seems like they did a pretty good job of convincing people there's no nefarious forces anywhere. What are you talking about?
Oh no, the government's always looking out for the general welfare of all the public. They really care. I promise they do.
They only care about us. There's no nefarious forces. They all go home to their wives at night, kiss their children goodnight, read them bedtime stories, pet the dog, and live wonderful, great lives. They're doing it all for us.
Hey, son, have you tried to talk to Python So Real? I can't see his roles. It's a new name to me.
It says VC QE survivor and used globe salesman.
Globe sales. I don't need those.
Yeah, Python, do you have anything else you want to try to sell us with this used globe? Yeah, sales pitch for the globe. If you were to make a sales pitch for the globe, could you do that? Try to sell us on this globe.
You're going to sell me on it, you need to start with a direct measurement of curvature that's repeatable and testable. Thank you.
Guess he's not answering.
Not going to answer is, you're too scary and intimidating, son. Just purchased a European cucumber for someone else. Are those good? I've never had one of those. You don't know if you got any more of these pears, do you? Angie, pears. You got any pears on your cart there?
I don't think we have any. Let me run to the back of the
Angie. No, I was just hot mocking, my bad.
So where is the edge?
Where's the edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat Earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the Earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round Earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable Earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs. D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 Epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
what I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication? Internet, phones, etc. And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe. So everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science, and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption, and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the Earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the Earth that's fixed in place. The Book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed Earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary Earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe Earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat Earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat Earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the Flat Earth?
No, the Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit. Gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The Flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real Flat Earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubé started making a lot of noise about the Flat Earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great Flat Earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space, because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts. Yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir Space Station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X-Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well, then who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?